think I'm okay with this. I really want to push this pawn forward, but his knight is in a stupid spot, if we're going to be honest. Take a look at this knight. It's in the way of this pawn, and so to get his bishop active, he's going to have to make a lot of moves. So he's still got to move this knight somewhere. So all I got to really be worried about is giving him a tempo-winning move with that knight. So we just don't want his knight moving forward and attacking something. So that's moving forward, but it's not attacking anything. Let's go for this. If we trade, we trade, and it is what it is. And we're doing a 3-minute plus 3-second instead of the regular rapid game. Just because, you know what I mean? I don't want you guys sitting there forever. You can get the same information if the moves are played accurately from a fast game as you can from a slow game. And so I really have the opportunity to, for one, just get checked and then get pinned. So this check is going to be a tad bit annoying to deal with, and he'll find it. If he's 1989, this check is coming in. But I probably just play more bullet than our friend over here. Okay, so I have the option to castle. What did that change? The bishop now defends this. Castling opposite seems like a lot of fun, so let's just go ahead and do that. Jumping forward, attacking my knight doesn't really do anything, and you've still got to make a couple weird moves with this knight to even get it into the action. So developing the bishop, he's got kind of actually a difficult to play position now that I'm really looking at it. What am I talking about? I've been looking at it this whole time. We're going to step back here because stepping back here looks stupid. So we're going here. Rook to the open file, question mark. Seems like a good idea. That also kind of takes away the idea of all of this. Now, jump forward, take. Let's go for it. Don't be shy. That took away the ideas of winning a pawn from this exchange. So before the knight was there, if he pushed here, I can take. No, I can't win a pawn. I'd have to move. Okay, so everything is just going swimmingly. We're going to go ahead and capture. This knight has really, I was going to say no great forward momentum. And pushing here really just walks into this. So at this moment, I'm slowly realizing, unfortunately, we're going to be playing a endgame, bishop versus knight. And I suppose I'm going to just accept it because I don't really want to walk into this because it is an opposite side castling game of chess. And so I don't want to do whatever I was trying to explain right there. Now, this knight needs a future. This seems promising. It seems promising. Never mind. We're going back to exactly where we were before. And I might just step forward. We might step forward, put these pawns, just take a moment to put some pawns on some dark squares, because I feel like the rooks are about to get traded off just completely equally. But I have a 40-second time advantage, and I have a advantage in bullet, okay? Let's actually check his profile. Dude doesn't play bullet at all. Okay. So we can happily rush into this. We don't need to, though. And I think time is everything. So stepping forward is probably going to be the best idea. We're going to need to start bringing my king to the middle. And so I can step back. Let's just trade. Bring the knight this way. If he trades this way, he's actually probably slightly better in this endgame. It's a king and pawn endgame, and so these are notoriously difficult. So we're going to go here. He can advance his pawn. So what we want to start doing is figuring out how to advance these pawns. And we have 4 over here, so it's 4 on 4 and 3 on 3. The only imbalance is the bishop versus the bishop versus the knight. And I'm somewhat weary about I just don't want my pawns. Like, he can attack my light squared pawns. So the more pawns that I have on these dark squares, the better. And then one other thing that you should just know is, like, if you put your pawns on dark squares, they're going to also capture and trade on dark squares. So once you, like, as long as you don't move them, the captures that are going to take place are going to be on the same color square, if that makes sense. So that's one thing to note, like, in an endgame. And so he's got this light square bishop. So the more pawns that I can get on these dark squares, the more happy of a camper I'll be. I can step back here, but then he has the chance to move forward. I hit him with a check. He comes in again. I jump in over here attacking the bishop. He probably just steps back. I can just jump here. Take, and he steps in. I step up. He launches a pawn. I give him a check. He steps back. Let's do this. I should have maybe kept the knight on the board to really try and solidify my chances at a dub. But yeah, that was a bad move because he can just trade, and that greatly simplifies the position for somebody with 30 seconds. Okay, so we're going to change gears and jump over here. I kind of wanted my knight to be there. Like, he can try and get fancy, but I'll step back with the knight to block that because I don't want to push and take like this and separate my pawns. So that's just not something that we're not going to be doing. I mean, that check doesn't really accomplish a whole heckin' lot. But we're going here. Potentially, we push this. If he pushes here, I can trade off this extra annoying pawn that I have. If you see, I got 2 pawns on the B file. I don't need 2 pawns on the B file. And I kind of like the idea of just attacking that bishop. Don't see why not. He's got this whole diagonal, bro. Kind of sucks. Here. He could just trade. But I like the idea of him trading here and my knight going to the middle. Okay, so he does, in fact, trade. I don't want this split. So we're going to take here with check. That is a check. We take this. He's got this, and I take. And then I've got a 2 on actually 2, but my structure sucks. I'm going to give him time. God damn it. I didn't give him time. It's a complete draw. Let's just check this with the computer. Complete draw. Unless I'm just completely lost. Yeah, complete draw. I'm actually losing a little bit. There is the deep freeze situation. Oh, dear Lord. There's this, where 1 pawn freezes 3 pawns. Because I can't push, he just takes. So that is the deep freeze. I did not even think about that. I was more thinking about what are we doing with these minor pieces. But I probably should have been thinking about what are we going to do with these minor pieces after... what are we doing with these pawns once the minor piece is traded? And I didn't think about it. He has a deep freeze. So... I mean, we got the dub. So, thank you so much for watching. If you liked my video or you learned anything, you want to see more, please subscribe. I try and post like 1 video every few days. I really sit down and do like 50 games and just record all of them, and then the good ones I keep, and then I just post them. And so you'll probably see me wearing the same tank top in like 5 of these shirts. I'll go change my shirt right after this video, and you guys will have no idea that it was filmed right after this. So thank you so much for watching my video. Get out of here. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. We're back at it again with some more epic chess. And in today's video, what we're going to do is what we always do. Destroy somebody in a rapid game of chess. Today we're going to do it on chess.com. Once the game is over, we're going to bring it over to Lichess, and we're going to do the analysis over there because I think that is better. We're going to go ahead, boot up a rapid game, and I'm going to explain my thought process and explain the moves and everything to the best of my ability. Now, I am only 1763 today, so by the end of this game, I'll be 7 points better in ELO. If I win, I get 12 points. That's a lot of points. For the Caro-Kann, absolutely. So, this is an opening called the Caro-Kann. It's my favorite opening. It's what I play with black. And it's basically going for a more or less equal position. You can defend that with the bishop if you feel so inclined, as long as this guy isn't already out. So we need to do something about this bishop, because this guy jumping forward and attacking this will be a problem if I can't scoop my rook over. And right now my bishop's there. So let's just do this. Will he go for the sacrifice? We have 2 things attacking this. Well, let's be principled and develop a knight. His early on attack has somewhat been repelled. Now it's my turn to develop a piece and pin stuff. And what if we get a pawn expansion on this side of the board? So this is the Caro-Kann, but generally with a pawn here, these 2 pawns, this is not necessarily normal. chasing away the bishop. You don't always see that. So we're going to just scoot back, knee-jerk reaction. And looks like we're just going to have an attacking game of chess because castling this side is a little bit scary for me to go over here because my weird and terrible pawn structure. This is a defender of this. Right now we have dose pieces attacking it. So we're going to push this pawn to defend this. So now that we're not worried about this. What that did is it opened up this pin. Okay? So we're going to break that pin. I guess I could have pushed forward, but I think this is a more or less equal position. That was probably a bad move by our opponent. I'm just going to say that right now. He just traded the bishop for the knight and gave me the bishop pair. And he gets a pawn. That's true. He gets a pawn. But I think he's just getting a little bit lost in the weeds here. So he's trying to be too fancy. He's trying to utilize this pawn pin because, yes, that is a thing. This is only defended by this knight. I can take this knight with check. I mean, whatever you recapturing would make the most amount of sense. Always look for checks, captures, and attacks. And so he was trying to be overtly fancy, and I think it's going to cost him the game here. So we're sliding on in here, and we gobble up this bishop. And unfortunately, I still have 2 minor pieces, and he only has 1. And this is pinned, and his pawn structure is absolutely horrendous. Absolutely horrendous. My pawn structure is bad on this side of the board, but I am quite capable of castling kingside. And come and get me, bro. I dare you. Okay. That doesn't even fix his problem. Like, that did not even fix his problem. It might have made his problem worse. This little clump of pawns, I think, was pretty good together. But we're just going to take that back. And that ruined his pawn structures even more. I can force the queen trade right off the bat. I could... I mean, let's just do that. You can trade the queens up a piece while your pawn structure sucks, and my pawn structure is amazing. And when you trade, you don't want to really do that. I don't know what he wants to do. He is in a situation where it's hard to find a good move because he's losing no matter what he does. And that is something you're going to have to learn in chess. Thing number 1, don't make crazy fancy moves spending no time. Like, you scoot the king up. I mean, I can jump forward with the check. Yeah, and he resigns. I don't even know how much of an analysis we need for that. I think that I got my point across nice and dandy. I mean, let's run through it one more time. Definitely my opening, probably a couple of these would warrant, and I got 11 elo for that. Oh, I'm sorry, my friend. I took 11 of his elo. This, now that I'm thinking about this check, you block like this, because you can't take, because then it hangs this. So I think we play here, but then the knight comes. Then you have to take and he takes, because this opened up. Generally, because what we're worried about is this knight advancement while this guy is pinned, and I don't want to bring my bishop here while the knight is here, and he'll just capture it. So we have to do something like this. He scoots back and we do something else. And then in some positions, after he scoots back, we go here, there's a knight sacrifice. But that was 5 minutes. Let's absolutely just hop into another one. This dude's 1784. We get the white pieces. We start with e4, always. We get the bishop's opening. And like the other opening, studying openings, it's good. To some extent, it's good. That's a weak move. I know that for a fact. That is also a weak move. So what you're supposed to do when your opponent is making weak moves, I have a lead in development. I feel like I just smash open the center. Right? If he takes, my knight gets in. He takes and my queen gets in. I am almost guaranteed that's what I'm supposed to play here. I mean, I don't think that's a bad move. I don't think it's a bad move. I can take. He'll probably take with a knight. Then I take. Then he takes. I mean, then I can castle. You're also supposed to castle before you like launch a heavy attack. I don't think that that did any immediate threats. I mean, he's going to just develop this knight, and then, I mean, these two pawns can't even advance. So I'm questioning if I should spend a little bit of time here and just conjure up an attack. I can jump forward with my knight as well. Then he brings his knight. Then I take... What do I play here? Do I push the pawn forward? I mean, then he probably just jumps over here. And then we have to make a stepping back move, which we don't really want to do. I can develop the bishop. And if he takes, then I take with the knight. I think that is what we need to do. Instead of, like, figuring out what to do in the center. Okay, let's not deliberate on this for too long. What do you guys want me to do? Boom, boom, boom. Scoot this back. Let's just do this. Did that make any sense? I don't know. He castles, and I'm going to castle the other side of the board because I want to play an attacking game of chess, even though I am down 3 minutes on the clock. If I scoot back, the knight comes in, but then this fork. So hopefully he does go for this. Yes, so he's attacking this, but what you doing about that fork, my guy? You get that with check, yes. I'm going to take with this pawn, but this fork is still a thing. So now I'm just going to grab your knight for no good reason. We grab the knight. Okay, you just want to trade off all of your minor pieces? This pawn, I mean, this is just a very, very simple move here. This pawn is weak. I can develop my bishop with tempo. I am attacking the queen. My bishop was already developed if you want to be real technical about it. He can hit me with this check, but I might just scoot forward with my queen. And so, yet again, I am up a piece. What is the most precise way to win this? I feel like it's going to take a million moves to get this going. I can jump forward. I don't think that that's going to accomplish too much in the position. I just know that it's not a blunder. Right now I'm not 100% what I'm supposed to be doing here, but I did notice that my queen was not defended. It makes sense to just make a move like this. Okay, that looks scary. I can scoot over and just say, like, are you really going to get through? Or I can run up. And it's like, are you really going to checkmate me? What's the more accurate move? Probably over here. But then these pawns push and he's got an attack. If I just like boom, 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 something like that, I literally think that he's just got no play. Okay. I mean, instead of going here and blocking my bishop, I think I might just play like this. Okay. We scoot back. This is being attacked twice. We would definitely not like to lose my pawn in the center of the board. I am only up a minor piece, which is quite a lot to be up, but what should I do here? What if I just push forward? I mean, that kind of just shreds open my position. Can I move this guy to defend this more? I think that probably makes the most amount of sense. Now the rook sees the queen through all of this. And I will need to play a little bit faster. Unfortunately, his king is very safe, and my king is in the middle of the board. So, literally, if I can like get this rook and get my king over here, there's two things that I can do, essentially. I can just launch a crazy attack, and I know that I'm essentially going to win. or I can try and hide my king and trade off the pieces equally into an endgame where I also know that I'm going to win. All that I have to do to not lose this is just like, don't blunder. And he's trying to open up the position. Bro, please. I can take this and attack the queen. I mean, but then it's going to be hard. Maybe I go like this. Okay, we can take a pawn and attack the queen. Can't be a bad move. We then... What do we do? I can defend it as well, and if takes, then takes. I actually think that I like that. He's got this check over here, but we're not super scared about it. I don't know what that move accomplished, but my knight arriving to this square is going to be absolutely horrendous for the opponent. So I think he wants to do something like this. This check. Then here, then here. Then here. And it's all kind of held. I could just even scoot the queen over. Fairly certain. Oh my god. 3 minutes left. Don't worry. I'll play a little bit faster. I'll stop making all these nonsense moves. We're just going to block with the queen. He absolutely doesn't want to take the queen. I don't know why he did that. In my opinion, that was the worst move he could have possibly made. I then put my knight to this amazing square. Yes, you've got this pawn over here. I just don't think that he's going to be able to defend it. Like, I'm going to stop. I mean, we probably want to stop that guy from moving forward, right? With the simple idea of double the rooks. This is his last asset in the position. I can even scoot the king over. I mean, that's what we need to watch out for. If we don't let him make a queen, we win the game. Plain and simple. So he wants to attack my knight. I'm pretty sure that I can attack the rook. I mean, I'll let him take this. I think we're going to attack this rook. Then we take this pawn. He doesn't want to take this, I promise you that. I mean, we scoot a rook over to defend that. That's not really what we want to be doing here. Maybe I scoot back and I trap the rook and then scoot over the king. Probably that was the right idea. Let's trap the rook. I like that idea. Way better. We're going to trade off this minor piece. I do not care about this pawn at all. We're scooting back here. You get this pawn, but I'm going to try and get your rook, bro. And your rook has no moves at all. Plain and simple. The king attack. The king is a very powerful piece in an endgame. I know that I'm up a minor piece, and so that's why it's so easy to find good moves, is because pretty much all of my moves are winning. We're going to attack this rook. This is defended. Everything is defended. Go ahead. Now, what's the best way to do this? Don't think that it really matters. I mean, just be accurate until the very end. This pawn is, I mean, yeah, resign. I think we can run that one in Lichess, and I'll bring it over there. But let's run through it very briefly without the computer, I suppose. I know in this position, I was supposed to be making more forward moves. Castle, and I step back. Actually, I'm not sure. I think that I did play this quite accurately. I don't know what our opponent was trying to do over here. I made a little defensive structure. My king is a little weak. And then he just trades off his queen. Like, what are you doing? You never trade off the queen when you're down this much stuff. And then, like, yes, you have a passed pawn, but Bro, never in a million years is it like I don't even have to move my rooks and it's still not promoting. And so let's bring it over to the analysis. I maybe missed some interesting stuff, but I think something else to note was towards the end game, I was maybe not making the most accurate moves, but that doesn't matter. I was going to win no matter what. So you don't have to make the best move when you've got you know, less than half of the time of your opponent. It makes sense to just make a move. It's a good move. It's good enough. Okay. As long as it's not like a huge blunder, just make the move. You're fine. You don't have to always play the best move. Always. Unless you're losing, then you got to play fast and play the best move, or you're probably going to lose. So, all right, I'm going to bring it over to Lee Chess, and I'll see you guys over there. And here we are in the analysis. And as I hypothesized, I played a incredibly accurate game. Our opponent made it quite easy to play the best moves because they were very obvious. And so there was an inaccuracy in the very beginning. I got 3 inaccuracies. 2 of those don't matter. Like I said, at this point, I know that I'm winning the game. So I just needed to be making moves. And so not going way below on the clock and making a really bad blunder later on, it's better to play a decent move quickly than the best move but use all of your time. Because then the remaining moves in the rest of the game, you have less time and you're more likely to blunder. So sometimes even what I'll do in low time situations is I'll like calculate one line, see that it doesn't work, and then my next best option that I had like considered, I'm like, oh, this move or this move, and then I calculate one line and it sucks and I see that it's bad. I just make the second move because you don't have all the time in the world. Just make the second move. In low time decisions, that's what you got to do. If you find one thing and it doesn't work, well, hopefully the next one does. Either way, 95% accurate, 3 inaccuracies, 0 mistakes, 0 blunders, and our opponent 4 inaccuracies and 1 blunder. I'm not sure. I know what the blunder was. Actually, what am I talking about? And 87% accurate, which is a remarkably high level of accuracy for what I feel like I faced. I feel like I completely steamrolled that guy. He never had a chance. And so, I mean, if you look at this, there was never a moment that I was not crushing. Like in the beginning, it was like, could have been crushing more and I missed it. But you can see right here, this is my inaccuracy. Right here. Okay. Let's go back to the beginning of the game. And let's see what I missed. Because A6 and H6, those are weak moves. You do not want to be pushing pawns on the side of the board. You want to control the center, okay? So there are a million different ways you can do that. You can support it with a flank pawn to then promote a pawn in the middle. You can use a bishop to the center. The knights can do it a number of different ways, or even reroute like this and support. You want to control these 4 center squares, okay? Everybody knows that. And so doing moves on the side of the board for no reason is not a good move. So we develop, and he makes a weak move. Oh, the computer is even saying that I'm supposed to just solidify the center and play. I develop the knight. Break open in the center. I knew it. Best move. Your opponent has neglected to develop more pieces. He has 1 knight. I have 2 knights and a bishop already involved. And I'm quite soon to break in the center and have my bishop and my queen also involved. And so we break in the center. He plays one of the best moves, which is hard to explain why that's one of the best moves. It looks counterintuitive because now you can never push these pawns. And if you can't push these pawns, your bishop can't get involved. So essentially this formation makes this bishop suck and these pawns suck. And this queen only has 1 option on this diagonal, okay? Instead, I was supposed to just take. But I didn't do that because I wanted to develop more pieces. Then I kind of was like, what should I do? It's interchangeable. I can make any of these moves. Then we castle long. And it's still an equal position, but I think that I still have a little bit easier to play of a position. Now, this was setting a trap for the opponent. This was setting a trap. I thought about it and I realized he probably didn't see this fork. You can't always play like that. So I basically gave up my light square bishop because he could have just simply like made a move to not let that happen. He could have just developed the bishop, and then this isn't going to work because it's still defended by the knight. But once the knight goes over here to chase my bishop, this is now defended by the knight and only attacked once. So all you got to do is just count. Like, can I capture a piece? How many attackers do I have? You need to have 1 more attacker than they do defenders, okay? Plain and simple. And so he comes over here and we get the fork. And like, yes, you're going to get my light square bishop with check, but that did not fix this situation. So he jumps forward. We take the knight. Of course, he takes here. Best move. Don't understand why. He takes with the queen. And then, I mean, like I said, whatever I do is winning. We develop. We put a rook in the middle. And like I said, this one I thought would be the top computer move. Because, like, realistically, how are you actually going to get to me? But this move is safer. Okay? Instead of, like, stepping over here where he potentially does have an attack, like all of this, just go in the center. I am quite well protected by my armada, like literally everything. And so another option I had was to scoot the rook over after that. We developed the queen. We scoot the bishop back. I was supposed to scoot it forward. You're generally supposed to scoot pieces forward. I scooted it back. This seemed a little flimsy to me. Now we put it over here. Okay, so literally, okay, whatever. We take the pawn. We are attacking the queen. The queen moves. We defend this because now I have like a little bit more of a defensive structure over here. Okay, he comes in with this check in just a moment. I could have pushed the pawn, but going for the queen trade makes sense because if he trades the queens, he's never winning this game. Absolutely never winning this game. And so we put the knight on a well-defended square. The only way he's getting rid of it is trading off his light square bishop, which he really does not want to do. He needs to keep his light square bishop. We scoot behind this pawn because why not? Scoot up because I don't want him pushing any further. I don't think he's going to make it, but whatever. And there's a lot of different moves we can do here, but I can see that I win a pawn by doing this. We grab the pawn. The rook gets in. We protect the pawn. Take. He's going for this pawn. But like I said, maybe it's not technically the best computer line. Taking the pawn is the best computer line. Whatever. We trap this rook in jail. So like, yes, we're giving up this pawn, but the rook is never escaping. He can't go anywhere. He has no legal moves, and I'm stepping over. He's going to get the bishop, but I got your rook. I don't care about this bishop, and now this is a passed pawn. And also with that, the king is cut off. So I have a passed pawn, and the king can't even get into the game. And I've got an extra rook, bro. So he takes the pawn, and instead of taking here, because I realized that, like, if he takes here, then I take here, he can take this with check, then I got to do something. You don't got to go for all that. Just defend the pawn. Just defend the pawn. This is still just as much a problem, and I can bring the king and win it like that. So realistically, my real inaccuracy of the game was developing this piece. I guess one thing we need to learn from this, when you have a lead in development, you're really supposed to break open in the center. I kind of just moved my pawn to pretend like I was going to break in the center, and I didn't break in the center. And that gave away a decent chunk. We go to 1.3 to 0.8, so it's actually substantial. And so, whatever. He's this way, I'm this way, I got the lead in development. I hope my camera's not lagging going through all this. Well, let me know in the comments. I'll watch this as well. And so, we absolutely are destroying these kids on chess.com. They cannot handle the smoke. And so on Lichess, I'm 1900 rapid. And so I think maybe I've still got some catching up to do. I just don't play on chess.com all that often because I like Lichess better. So as you can see, we're looking at the Lichess database with a chess.com game. So either way, that is definitely enough of the time, of your time. If you feel so inclined, please like and subscribe. I love you. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back. Today we have a special treat. One of my subscribers paid a Grandmaster to play me. And so he's 2,600. This dude's like 1,000 rating points higher than me. And so let's just hop right on into it and see what happens. I've never played a Grandmaster before. This is my first game ever. And I'm not sure if we're playing 1-0 or if we're supposed to be playing... Oh boy, we are in it. Looks like we are playing 1-0. I think we're gonna just castle. I'm like overthinking all my moves. I think we're just gonna take, scoot back. I think my rook just got trapped, so that's no fun. Now my knight can't really get out. We're gonna scoot up. He's got 8 seconds on me as well. We're going to step back. step all the way back. I'm so scared. He can sacrifice here at some point. Here to trade this off if we so need. We'll go here to maybe trade this. He could probably just take this pawn. I think we're going to take here. Then I need to bring this other rook. Oh boy, what's going on here? I think we're going to just push this. Slide here. Oh boy. We step up, we lose something. It is what it is. Maybe we trade the queens and just lose. What am I supposed to do here? Oof. Oof. I'm so lost. Oh boy. So that's how Grandmasters play chess. Now we know. Sorry for the commentary. Maybe I should have been playing like a 3+2 or something to get a little bit more of an instructive game, because I just have no hopes. Oh boy, we are doing a 3+2. So let's just hop right on into it. Oh boy. He probably doesn't know how to play the Caro-Kann, so let's go for that. Okay. The Tartakower. Bro. And playing fast didn't work in my favor either. I think we're going to step back and go for the pawn cube variation. I think I trade. Maybe we trade like this. Got to get this knight involved. He can kind of step forward with tempo. Yeah. Defending with my king, hiding behind the pawn cube doesn't seem like a great idea, but I don't know what else to do. But more or less, this is an even situation, and we got the queens off the board. So if I can like bring the rook, he's got the bishop pair. So actually, he's probably slightly better than me, and his rook is better. So he is probably winning, but the computer is going to say that it's completely equal. So I'm kind of inclined to just like hop straight into an endgame, because that's where I feel like maybe I have the best option. Like almost guaranteed these are my next moves. I think probably bringing the knight first would make sense. Here, here, then bring the rook. He'd probably push here, or he'd push and attack the knight, but then I get to the middle. He could attack me again. If he takes, then I would have a ruined pawn structure and have this weakness in the middle of the board, and I don't love that. But I've got a 1 minute time advantage. Is he calculating just like everything? I don't actually know what to think in this situation. And really the point of this is I just want to get one win. Just one win. He brings the king. I am going to just bring this. We then need to bring the knight. He can push the pawn. I can't go here because it's a pin. Should I do this and kind of like this? You can push, take, take. I kind of want to go here. If we trade, if I trade, he has to step something back. This guy also, he lives in Croatia. I didn't even mention his name. Push. King forward. That kind of stopped. That was probably not the greatest. I can go here. King active. He can get a check like this. And then these pawns back here are a little bit weak. But I've got this 4-on-3. What's his idea there? I think we just step back with the knight. Take, take, here. Check. So take, take, and then I have to... If I step forward... So if I take, he hits me with this. Then he gets this pawn. So I think I have to step up. But if I step up, he hits me with this check. And that's checkmate. If I step up, just checkmate, right? So I have to take and just let this happen. Uh-huh. Oh boy. He's gonna get all of my pawns. I step here. He takes my pawn. I jump in. Defends this temporarily, but he attacks me. I hit him with a check. He gets my pawn. But I'm up a pawn. So I got his pawn, so he's gonna get my pawn. But I just don't want to lose this one. Oh. Oh. Do I have any way of defending this? I mean, I can get into the position like here, 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 here. I don't think I have a great way of getting rid of that problem. Here, 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 take, push. I think we're going to do it and have an opposite colored bishop endgame. Now we're completely even on time. He's not going to take, but even if he doesn't, now this pawn is just on a light square. He can just go behind it. Yeah, that was stupid. We're going to take. He's going to get this pawn. That's no fun. Do I have a way to attack another pawn? Attack the bishop. Here, here, he pins me. I think we just attack. It's completely even. I actually have like I'm losing a pawn. I'm down a pawn, but I'm actually doing okay. Like against the Grandmaster, I'm doing okay. And he can what is he trying to do? I mean, we hit him with this check, and we're attacking this pawn. He can just grab this at will, whenever he feels like. And he can also kind of start doing something like this. We hit him with a check. I felt like that needed to happen. What if I just... This? This? I mean, this guy is trapped. He can get in. We push a pawn. We step back. Oh my god. Okay. We get out. We get out. We slide all the way over here. He's got a passed pawn. Now he's up a pawn, but it's a passed pawn. We're in an end game where I'm losing. And he has a bishop pair. He can go here, but I'm going to jump in. I'm going to jump in with this fork and get rid of this guy. And then maybe I can wiggle my king over here. But then my king is just stuck guarding this, and I've got a dark square bishop. So I think trading this knight is not actually in my favor. But I've got 5 seconds, and he's got so much. This fork is coming. Take, take. My bishop stops that. He could scoot around and eventually get my bishop to wiggle out. But I can get rid of my knight for a bishop. And we're in an endgame. He's got 26 seconds. Even Grandmasters blunder in low time, right? How much 0 + 1 does this guy play? I play a fair bit. What is going on? Where'd he go? We're going to take it. We're going to say that that's my first Grandmaster win ever. We're going to message him. I'm going to message him and say what happened. Well, let's just check this game. We should flip it to look at it from my perspective. Computer analysis. We don't actually need to do it, but look at this. He's slightly winning, but we've got like an equal position. He's definitely not crushing, but now he is getting this pawn. It's still generally equal, but it's pretty close. And now all of a sudden he is just up a pawn, and that up a pawn, oof, putting my knight here would have been a good square. We attack, he comes back. We're kind of just making moves. And here all the way at the end, I want to get rid of this thing. What is the... He's absolutely winning. Okay. We're hopping into it again. So scared. What's he going to play? The Sicilian? We go into the open Sicilian. Not the open Sicilian, but I'm going to bring my knight. Defend this. Probably we push this pawn. We can scoot here. We'll probably just trade this knight. We're going to castle. Scoot this guy back because I don't want to get pinned. I know that this isn't a great move, but I'm going to do it anyway. And then this knight, dude studies his openings. This is where my opening knowledge is completely kaput. I'm going to just push this pawn because I don't know what else to do. You can push here because this knight has a great future jumping to this square. Normally I would want to trade it off. How do we feel about stepping over here? Now if this knight goes here and essentially I have to trade. Don't love it. We can jump in like this. That doesn't work. This doesn't really have any future squares. So we go like this. It's defended twice. He scoots the queen up. Now, essentially this, I'm going to get pressured here. I'm actually fairly convinced that pushing is what I'm supposed to do. Do we scoot up? Don't blunder. Oh my god, he's just applying pressure to this. I can't do anything. What if I like... Here? Probably this pawn push is at some point going to be a good idea. It kind of forces my knight to this side of the board. Oops. I mean, I have to take. Yes. I'm going to lose my pawn. Oh boy. I mean, we knew this was going to happen, so there's no real reason to get upset about this. He can take this, and I can't attack, because then this is hanging with check. Okay. He got my rook. I mean, I got his rook, but he got a lot of my pieces. Now we have a serious imbalance in the position. This isn't going to work. I want to break open. How do we feel about bringing my knight over here? Or like this. Let's just bring the knight this way. This is getting attacked a few times. Or, I mean, it's getting attacked by the rook. He has 3 minutes still on the clock. He can hit me with a check. Here. Does this work? I mean, he just scoots back, but I get rid of this. We've got some pieces attacking this. And I got the rook for the knight and 2 pawns, so these are the 2 extra pawns in the position. I think I have to take that. Okay. We go for this. He can immediately attack my pawn. If I can grab the pawns, I think that I'm all of a sudden actually doing quite well. We get active with the rook. I need to bring the king. He's got these 2 passed pawns, so he's basically just pushing the passed pawns is what he wants to do here. What do I want to do here? I could double up on it. Like this, this. I could force the pawns. This, this. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? We bring the king. If I can get into the position somehow, I will be really happy. We push this. Dude is just advancing pawns. We step over. This fork, not sure what I'm supposed to do. I want to bring my king over here. We bring the king here. He can go here. Here? He just pushes again, right? If he jumps in... Bro. I mean, at least I have a check, but... We take here. 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 I think that I was doing all right in that one. He's just so good at the end games. That last game, I felt like there was a chance. There was a small chance. He sacrificed, the exchange. I just needed to get rid of some of those pawns. He pushes a pawn, I'm going to push a pawn. If he pushes this, I believe that I'm supposed to just take. I can also push forward. We're just going to take. We're then going to push. I mean, I can attack the queen. I should maybe have done that. We attack the queen. Queen comes in with check. I lose my knight. I take here. He takes here. I can no longer castle because of this guy. We're doing that essentially because I want to bring this knight to the middle if at all possible. He takes with the bishop. If I take here, 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 let's just do it. Boom, boom. If we see this, I think taking is really scary. Okay, so he attacks my knight. I mean, we defend. His knight's coming in. Boom. Boom, boom. I need to defend it one more time. And if I do any type, I think I jump back and defend like this. Did that work? I defend this. Here. 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 I think that does work. I'm spending all my time trying to just defend this. He can sacrifice this. Yeah. Ugh. And I take. And then he's up a piece. We resign. Okay, normally they take and we go into that line. We're going to develop the knight. bring the bishop here, here, take, and I get forked. Bro, I'm so bad. I'm so bad. Okay. Okay. He can still just take. I think I bring the bishop all the way back. I played that incorrectly, but I do know that that's the best move. I feel like we have to develop this. No? This becomes a problem. I think we check. We check and he brings something back, right? Oh, he blocks like that. That didn't solve my problem. Okay, now I think I need to play this. This pawn is also just hanging in the middle of the board. And he can take it and maintain defending this. This is a fried liver pawn sacrifice idea, essentially. Like, I'm in a big problem here. Here. I mean, we do this. There's this check. This is still covered by the queen. I can maybe develop here. He can hit me with this check, but then I could step up. Okay, so that makes sense. He doesn't necessarily want to just allow that. I can take here now. Do we just take this pawn? He takes, right? Now my dudes are hanging in the middle of the board. Check. I mean, he comes back. This is still defended. Not a lot we can do about all that. Check. He comes back like this, attacking this. Am I just lost? If I go down a piece, then there's really no point. Those first few games I did okay. Do I just push? If I push, he hits me with this check. And I lose my queen. I don't want to be disrespectful and do that, but I'm pretty sure that I'm lost. If I push, check. If I take, he takes my queen. So I think we just need to resign. I'm gonna try and be quiet. We don't really need to commentate too much. I really just want to win, which I don't think is really possible, to be honest. If I make like a tiny mistake, he'll just find it. I'm so scared of this player, dude. We're doing this. We're doing this. This gets attacked, and I'm just kind of in trouble because this is coming. But actually, this pawn push takes that away. I think that's what you're supposed to do in this position. Probably we need the rook over here. I can also push. Like this? No, that doesn't work. We defend the pawn like so. We jump in. Take, 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 take. This is hanging all the way at the end. I think this makes sense. So that the queen can't take it at the end of all those lines. This isn't really going to work because I lose a pawn. I could jump in like this. Makes sense. Makes sense. We step in here. These knights, I'm not sure what to think about this position. I think we're just going to slide up here. Still, my bishop is defending this. Now he wants to come in here. And my bishop's no longer supporting all of that stuff that was nice so long ago. I think we're going to go here. We're defending this. We got this. Okay. If we take here, here, and he just crams this pawn into my face. But I don't want to give this up. If I do this and he takes, I lose my knight. If he takes here, I have to replace this. Got a lot of holes in my position. Did I just hang a pawn? That's awesome. Love that. He can also just get out. Dude, I don't even know what to think. Now I'm down a pawn. I'm like, well, I'm screwed. Not a lot to be done anymore. What if we just go for the pawn break? What about that? Okay. Here, here. Here, if he takes, I take the bishop. He takes with his bishop. I throw in no check that works. What if I push forward first? We attack the knight. He steps back. Sacrifice. Take. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Unfortunately, my knights are very far away. And look at his bishop, dude. Literally cutting off every square. He could, like, just threaten checkmate, essentially. And it's like, what am I supposed to do about that? I can slide over like this. Okay. We go here. This knight is way out of the action. I'm so lost. Chess is hard. This is so weak. No, dude, I think I'm actually doing all right. Let's check this computer. I think I'm doing okay. I'm not doing okay. It's equal, if anything. Okay. Oi, oi, oi. He says, last one. Pray for me, boys. Pray for me. Oh, boy. Boom. What's up? What do you know about this opening? It's not a real opening, so he's probably never seen it. Although it gives black pretty much just an advantage right off the bat. We're going to go ahead and do this. We step back. That's scary. What if we just take? I don't want a castle. I'm so scared to castle. We're going to do it. Okay. Okay. I mean, quite frankly, this knight probably needs to be doing something. What a crazy knight rerouting idea. What if I just jump in? Will he take? He probably won't. We grab this. What am I supposed to do, bro? Can even do something like attack my queen. Let's just take. Then let me take. And then here, I'm down a piece. Why am I undeveloping my pieces, bro? I need to be attacking forcefully with checkmate, and it's not happening. That's like a crazy almost checkmate idea. Like, he can hit me with this check and I would have to take. So if he gets rid of the bishop, then this is checkmate, which is kind of an interesting checkmate. So now he could play here and sacrifice the queen for it. Did that hang this? This. And there's just check. No, this, check. Block, checkmate. If we do this, my pieces are all kind of tied down. There's not really a great way around it. Just make a move. About to get smoked. Absolutely destroyed. How many games did we play? We played 7 games. One of them was a bullet game. So, if you ever wondered, how would Kip 314 chess do against a, this is unstoppable checkmate, essentially? That's wild. That is wild. Wow. Well, if you watched that entire match, it wasn't even close. There was never a moment. There was the first or second game when, and it was kind of close. He's basically saying thank you. Wow, that was epic. I think we're gonna go check profile. It was like the second or the first game. So let's check with the computer. We're gonna check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and I just got done having a little chat with him, and he basically said in my Sicilian with white, f3 is a bad is a bad move because I'm supposed to f4, push f4 and castle queenside and then just launch the h4 pawn. He said that's the correct way of playing the Sicilian. So we're going to go into my game. This is the best game that I played. If we take a gander at this graph, there were moments where I had an advantage. So I didn't get completely steamrolled in every single game. There was this game where I had a potentially I had a +3 advantage. After that, we don't got to worry about this side of the graph. We know what happened there. And so he played 85% and I played 81%. 3 blunders, 3 blunders. So let's just hop right on into it. So the reason that I play this is he's saying at some point, the computer even says f3, but he was saying you play f4, move the queen somewhere, and castle long, and then you just have an opposite side castling game, and you basically just try and launch your pawns. And so the computer's even saying to launch the pawns right now. We have an equal position. I castle the same side, and it's completely even. Now, the other reason for all of this is because this open file, my c2 pawn becomes a little bit difficult to defend, and I've got this c4 hole in my position where eventually his knight can figure out a way to get there, okay? So, and once that happens, I essentially have to take it with something, and it's difficult to push this pawn because then my knight becomes undefended on the open c file, okay? So he was explaining a little bit of all of this. I'm supposed to just immediately confront this position because the open file, like I said, is going to become the issue. He castles, I push a pawn, he brings the rook, one piece is now on the open file. I move my knight back, it's still generally equal, I'm slightly losing, but he makes a mistake here. So, where are we at? He makes this mistake, he triples up on the file, I scoot my rook over, and he gives up the rook because he's going to basically get my knight and some pawns for this rook and destabilize my pawn structure. So it's more or less an equal investment. The reason that this is a blunder, and look, grandmasters do make blunders, is because I can take, he brings the rook, I question what's going to happen with these pawns, or I just directly attack. So the line that I looked at was we try and break the pawn structure. If he takes, then he's just got a broken pawn structure, and I've got an open file of my own to get into the position, and I've got the 2 rooks, so the open files are going to benefit me. Or he can try to push it forward, and then I attack the rook. He can scoot here to defend it, but then I bring the knight. He can do something with his pawn, and then I attack the rook. I'm also attacking the bishop. He would have to scoot back, and then I launch the pawn, and he's going to have to do something, and I can have a +3 advantage if I go into all of these crazy lines, where it's still not 100%, and then his best move here is to sacrifice. And so none of that happened. I should have been able to play a little bit more proactively. And then he makes a blunder again, where I need to go for this pawn push. He basically gave up the rook so that he can have these 2 passed pawns. And so now we are in an endgame where I needed to be more proactive with my queen. I still have a +1 advantage after this if I move, if I play e3 with my queen. We scoot around, we trade, he comes in. I do find this beautiful fork, he steps back, and it's a blunder by me. I have a +2. +2, I just need to go for this pawn push. And it makes sense because I got 2 things defending it. So if he does take, I can take with my rook even. He basically has to take, then I take. And now we're just in an endgame where the pawn does not have a buddy. So I've got the rook, he's got the bishop pair, but this pawn is going to become a problem. And so this would have been a lot easier to play. What happened in the game is I just went for trading everything off. And now it's completely equal because these pawns have remained together. We trade this off, and still it's equal. I'm doing quite all right. His knight is literally in the best square that it can possibly be. But what I needed to do was I push this pawn, and if he doesn't take, I have a passed pawn. So he has to take, and he separates his pawns, and now this pawn is alone. So it's an equal trade, but 2 pawns is way worse than just 1. The 1 pawn I can deal with, but when they're together, you know, you can potentially like push, and then if I attack, you push again, and it's defended, and 2 pawns is way better than 1. And so we still slide on in here. We're still in a good position. I needed to go for this pawn break, scooting up a little bit, attacking the pawn. This would have been more proactive. If you see, if he pushes, I take, he takes, and then the rook would be hanging. So that's not an option. I would have been just forever attacking. We do blockade the pawns, but now my rook is kind of a little passive, and this rook is also passive. We scoot around. We do this, and it's just the wrong idea. It's just the wrong idea. I'm supposed to bring the king. I'm supposed to do other stuff. Don't do any of it. I have 20 seconds, so I figure, you know what, maybe we trade some pawns on this side of the board, but it just doesn't work because he still has this passed pawn, and it's 2 squares away from making a queen. We trade, and now we're just in endgame where I lost, and I resigned shortly after. And so that was the best game that I had. Was I going to see any of this advantage? Not a chance. But the computer says that I did have an advantage, so we're going to take it. We're going to take it at face value. I had an advantage against the Grandmaster, and he like disconnected or something and lost on time one game. So we're going to take it. It's in the record books. One win against the Grandmaster in one real game where I actually had a potentially +3. A potentially. Look at this graph. Imagine if I beat a Grandmaster. It would have been the most epic day. But I'm 1900. I'm 1700 in Blitz. So there was no chance. That's kind of what I expected going into this, was lose, and maybe learn something. And so moving forward, I will try what he recommended. His free advice is to castle opposite, push F4, not F3, and then just castle opposite and launch the H-pawn, because that's a fun way to play chess. If you made it this far, thank you so much for watching the video. I love you. Please subscribe. I am trying to reach 1,000 subscribers, and it is a long and treacherous road trying to do so. And so every subscriber counts. So thank you so much. Get out of here. I'll see you in another video. If you enjoyed it, if you never see me again, that's okay too. All right, have a great rest of the day, and bye. All right, thank you so much for clicking on my video. Today we have a special treat. We have a subscriber battle to the death on our hands. And so our opponent here is quite powerful. I have played him before, but he pretty much always gets the best of me. And so what we're going to do is we go into the Caro-Kann if he captures. I believe that in his opening repertoire, he steps back. And I don't think that he knows, but if he captures, I know this line a little bit better than the step back. And so I'm grateful to see that. And so my opening development plans are pretty straightforward. We pretty much bring the bishop out, get ready to castle, put the rook on the open file. We do something such as pin the knight, and then my knight does a little zigzag to the center where it normally gets kicked out by a pawn advancement. And so one of the key factors in this for, I'm trying to make sure, is my face too bright? Yeah, so that's a great move. We're just going to go ahead and castle. And so if it has to happen, we scoot the rook over, and now I have an extra square to hide my bishop if I need to step back. Now, we can go ahead and pin, but what if he just does something? I think this is the right idea. And then this battery is something that we need to be a little bit cognizant of, because it is incredibly hard to deal with. Because if you get battered around, it's just not so great. It's hard to deal with because this diagonal becomes not so easy to defend for me, and then also this becomes a little bit difficult to defend. So there's a lot of stuff going on. He's got a very nice center. I mean, he's kind of controlling a lot of squares, but I think we're just going to go ahead and bring the knight. Don't see a huge reason not to. If he kicks us back, we will go back to the F8 square, which is a weird square for the bishop to go to, but I think that's what we're supposed to do. And then it plays a little bit of a defensive piece, and potentially we go for a pawn push, and we're hanging out on this diagonal. Because if you see, his bishops are kind of going this way, and if my bishop comes over here or here, I just don't know if it's the greatest. Now, I simply can't bring my knight this way like I would like to. So we might just make a little weak pawn move on the side of the board. His bishop can grab this diagonal, and my queen will probably go here, and we'll get this diagonal. And oh dear lord, we've got a game of chess on our hands. Oh dear lord. Okay. I think taking is actually okay, but I want to just preserve this. And if I scoot back and he captures and I get the pawn cube, that's something that just everybody likes. If you're a chess player, you like to see a little pawn cube. It's kind of a special thing to happen. Yeah, the rook to the center matching my rook makes a whole lot of sense. I'm fairly certain that just doing this can't be a boom, directly attack the king. I don't think that this can be a bad idea, and we still might be facing this. And so that would be a concession on his part by weakening his king by making like these pawn advancements in the game. Boom, boom, would be, you know, permanently weakening the king. But he would also give me a pawn cube, but he would get my light square bishop for the knight, and he would have the only light square bishop on the board, which could come into use later, even if I make the pawn cube. So I think his game plan is actually kind of not impossible. Okay, so I think we're just going to go ahead and trade that off. We're not even going to think. We're going to just trade that off as well. We're going to throw in this check for no reason at all. Just kidding. We're not actually going to do that. But we could. We could give him a check, and then the king maybe steps onto one of these squares, which maybe isn't as good. And we're a little bit worried about his knight jumping on in. Makes sense. So we might do a check. He steps here, and then we come back here. If he takes, my queen gets in. But if I go here, he could ignore it and just fly into my position. So stepping over and bringing my rook to this file probably isn't a stupid idea. But he can pretty easily come at me with an attack such as this. So I think we might go for this, but that might just induce his pawn coming in. If I go here, this pawn becomes weak. But let's just go ahead and put a rook, my least active piece. I would like to put my least active piece on its most active square. That's the one rule of chess you should just know. That did kind of walk into questions about my bishop. Where is my bishop going to go? Questioning my bishop's career path. Oh, I'm going to pull up my Instagram so if he messages me, I can see it. And his knight is looking kind of stupid. I'm going to be straight up. I mean, my knight's not all that great, but his knight, undefended, side of the board. My king looks weird. We just got a position going on. Directly into my position. He will hit me with this fork. This king move was stupid. That was a stupid king move. Oh boy. If I step forward, then I can get hit with check. Then I step over. Actually, I don't hate it. What if I just jump in? Then I push. I mean, he can just take. That's probably not actually so great for me. We're just doing it. We're just doing it. We're going to step over here. This bishop is going to come back. That my little king stepping around didn't make any sense at all, period. And oh boy. But something that I kind of like. Something that I kind of like is pushing this forward with tempo on the queen. Then I come back. No, I can't push this forward. This pawn is pinned. So he could just take it. So that's never going to work. Never, ever. He could just play it slow and bring a rook to the open file. Then I slide back. He takes, yeah, rook to the open file. Makes a whole heckin' lot of sense to me. We slide back. If he takes, my king steps over. He can't get in. He could push. We get something like this. I think we're going to just go for this. What we're scared about is his rook arriving on our 7th rank. We absolutely cannot have that. We also have to note this pawn is undefended in the position. He still could just jump in with the knight, actually. Like, this move is actually fully possible. And that supports. So he could jump in. Then I would take. Then he could get in like this. But then I'm in time to defend. Nah, he wouldn't do that. But if he takes first, I can unpin, essentially. So if he takes first, I can take this way and unpin this whole situation. 21-68. You know, when I play people, I should play the Zen mode. Zen mode and just not get worried. Okay. We're worried about this. That covers. Feebly it covers. Now I can actually push forward. And then if he scoots like this, I can get in. No, then he would take. Oh boy, I'm getting pressurized. Let's get into an endgame, bro. I'm scared. This pawn is undefended. This pawn is undefended. I can't really push all that well because all these tactics over here. I can't put my knight to the center. Maybe a pawn sacrifice would actually make sense. So we get a take, 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 and then maybe he pushes and gets a passed pawn, but I jump in and attack the queen and have activity. And still, I have not activated my least active piece. He has activated all of his pieces. His knight is scaring my king. His queen is scaring a little bit of everybody. And I'm just hanging on for dear life, just hanging on to my stuff. What is my queen doing? He wants a queen trade. So he's banking on this 4-on-3. Here, 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 here. I mean, let's just go into an endgame. Let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, he could step somewhere. If he doesn't, I jump forward. So we're going to go ahead and take this. My knight has no forward momentum. I will step forward with my king. And we have a completely even position here. Make no mistake about it. I think I will step forward one more square. Temporarily, his knight is actually hanging. So maybe he could blunder over here and get his knight trapped, because that king took away the retreating square for the knight. Now this is attacked by my king. Obviously, this is attacked by some pawns. Coming forward, walks into a fork. Stepping here, walks into this. Now his knight can get out. Very, very reasonable, my friend. So if he doesn't move one of these pawns, I have no forward momentum. So playing this greatly weakens my squares. So if I play here and he steps back, my knight goes here. His knight could go here and attack this. That's no fun. Yeah, this is holding this square from his knight, which is maybe important to note. But yeah, my knight has no forward momentum. But we are in an endgame. And the way that one of us is going to lose this endgame is a passed pawn. And I'm creating a passed pawn over here, and he's creating a passed pawn over here. And I think his prospects are actually a little bit easier than mine. But because his knight is so far away and my king is already here, it might actually make sense to just launch a pawn. If he takes, I take. Sorry, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Deep breath. I'm thinking about just throwing this pawn. If he pushes, I take, he takes. Not even going to think about it. We're just going to go for it. Probably a little bit of a dumb move. What if he like just pushes? But my knight is over here, and his knight is all the way over here. Okay. I can push forward. And then this pawn becomes kind of an object of interest for everybody. This isn't smart. If he pushes here, I mean, I just take, so we're not too worried about that. We take here, and then we just have this. I push forward. He takes, I take. He pushes and gets a passed pawn. I come in and attack. He defends. I step forward. He hits me with check. I step in here. What about this? Take. No. This is a stupid idea. Here. No, he could just push here. This seems flimsy. I think we're just going to take. And he might be able to make the passed pawn over here. But I think my knight and king are pretty close. So if we go here, fairly certain he just pushes. If I go here, take, push, here. in, check, more in. I think this might be the way forward. We push. No, he can hit me with this. Ugh. Here, here, here. I don't want to weaken my pawn structure like that. Because, yeah, if I push and he just pushes here, then I step over. He could even lock it down like that. So here, here. I think we maybe go for this, step up. Hit me with check. Step back. Here, 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 here. And then my knight is just barred out of the game forever. What if I kick the knight and the knight jumps and then I push? So maybe like this. Here, 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 here. I don't know what I'm trying to accomplish here. King and pawn endgames are so difficult, and we add in the knight, and that just adds an extra layer of difficulty. I think I'm going to just push this pawn. I've thought about it long enough. I don't know what to do. I officially don't know what to do. He can kind of activate his king even more. I literally can't move forward in any type way. We attack the knight. The knight comes here. We can't allow that. This check here, here, here doesn't work. Gotta do something with this knight. Now he does have this. So I don't know what to do. I'm gonna step over here. And it's about time he brings his knight. But then I can kind of do the same thing. It's not a passed pawn. Maybe it would actually just weaken my position more. Like if he pushes, take, check here. He steps over, but he's got a real passed pawn. I mean, I have to take, right? We're going to step over here. He's probably going to push. I can jump in and attack it and then jump in with check. If he doesn't push, probably it's about time for him to bring his knight. Because now this is a passed pawn, but it's not so sure if it's like a good thing or a bad thing. So we're going to jump in here. If he pushes, I jump in here. Here. I just feel like this has to be the right move. We got plus 3 second increment. He can even step over. But then I jump back and then I'm really attacking this pawn. So he does have to push, I believe. But then I jump in and I'm really attacking the pawn again. We jump in like this. We're attacking the pawn. Is there a way to defend that? You jump in. I take. I think we're chilling. We go like this. We want this pawn, buddy. And then if his king goes anywhere. So that's what I was saying. Like, he's going to get a passed pawn, but it wasn't so sure with his knight so far away and my king and my knight over here. It wasn't so sure if that passed pawn was going to be an asset or a liability. And so I believe we have to. We're just going to take this pawn, right? Yes. Now what does he want? We can also fork here. We fork and win this pawn. Is that the pawn that needs to be won in this position? He's definitely coming forward. I think we just go for this. Check. Okay. We grab this. There's no checks. Then I come here and I have a little tempo on that. Come here. And then I can hit him with a check and step in. So check here, step in. Here. I actually like this check, because if he steps here, then I have this fork. We hit him with this fork. We grab this pawn. Yes. We step back. We're threatening that knight, essentially. And we're holding this. So we push. This is held by the knight. I think it doesn't really matter which one we take, but he can't come into the position this way. He can't come into the position this way. He can hit me with a check. But I step back. And then his knight is just cooked, actually. That's a wrap. That's a wrap. 3 passed pawns and the knight is gone. It's a wrap. I'm not sure what to think about that game. That was a good game. And we definitely got some instructive. You know what it was? It was going into the main line. If he would have stepped back, nobody tell him this, but if he would have stepped back, next time we play, step back, because the amount of studying I have done in this position is like 0, and the amount of games and studying I've done in this position is like 7. And so let's check it with the computer. I'm not sure how accurate it was, so let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis. And that was a pretty good game where the pressure was being applied to me. There were some crazy tactics that he just did not find. And then in the end game, a couple blunders were made. I was able to grab some pawns, and then that was a wrap. And so if we take a look, a little gander at this graph, we see that white was doing quite well out of the opening in the middle game. Then in the end, even in the end game, it was still equal. Even if he was going to lose that pawn, it was still equal because I had a weird pawn structure. So it was going to be hard to actually capitalize on the 4-on-3. And then if we check it out, 6 inaccuracies by our opponent, 1 mistake, 3 blunders, 84% accurate, and then I had 2 mistakes, 2 blunders, 90% accurate. And so if we hop into the opening, we have the Caro-Kann, the main line. He captures, I capture back, and then my game plan is pretty simple. We bring the bishop, we castle, we put the rook on the open file. If you see, these are pretty much all the top moves. Then these two, I have looked at the computer, they are pretty interchangeable. You can go ahead and play either, and it's going to have the same position. This hangs a pawn, but one of my weaknesses is just not seeing stuff like that, because I expect the opponent is not going to hang pawns just in one move. So I don't even look for stuff like that. When he pushes the pawn, I just assume it's defended, and I don't even go for it. So I bring the knight. He could then cramp my position quite ferociously. This move would actually be pretty good, and then I'm kind of stuck with a choice of what to do with the bishop. The bishop's going to move. Then I'm supposed to support like this, which is a weird move. I don't know what you're supposed to do, but I'm supposed to support here, making room for my knight to be able to come this way. And so we step back. Okay, we bring the queen up. I still like it, but white has a +1 advantage, but he doesn't actually have the pawn, and so it more or less means nothing. It just means that he's got a nice position. It doesn't mean he's won anything yet. So we immediately trade this off. Then we trade this off. Then I step over with my king, which is a complete blunder because it invites this idea, which is not fun. And so seeing that come, I step forward. He comes in with the bishop. I step over. And then he was supposed to just bring another piece to the party. That would be attacking this. Or he can bring the rook, then play something like this. And then if you can get your pieces one step closer to your opponent, do it. And this would have been a way to get this knight on a bad square, on a sketchy square, but not immediately. I can't take it immediately. It's a sketchy square. Bringing the rook is the better play. Then this bishop is attacking and my bishop is defending. So when he trades them off, it more or less just completely equalizes the position. If he would have stepped back and attacked my queen, then I essentially have to step back with my queen or defend, or what the heck is this? I just ran some like C++ on this. And so we take, and now the file is defended for my rook. This structure is actually quite sound. This knight is not scaring anybody if we trade the queens. We trade the queens, it ruins his pawn structure, and we're just rushing it into an endgame. So we go for this, we trade. We bring the kings, get the kings to the center of the board. and then I make a mistake, but it's still pretty much equal no matter what. So we take. I push this pawn because I literally didn't know what else to do. It's one of the best moves. And so he needed to realize bringing the knight is what he needs to do. This knight is not doing anything over here. He needs to bring the knight and assist in his 3-on-2. Because right now, he's got a 3-on-2, but I have a king and a knight. He essentially just has a king. So he needed to bring the knight to maintain equality. So some moves are made. This is a bad square for my knight, but I've got a quick idea of getting back into the action. So I'm stepping away from the action to come right back at it. And so we take, and now he has a passed pawn. But it's kind of a liability. He now has split pawns. And so I've just got my solo dolo pawn over here. And so this was the move to keep it equal. It prevents my knight from jumping in. And if my knight gets here, oh boy, my knight can go here and attack here, or it can go up here and also attack here. And this is your absolute weakness in the position. He didn't push it forward, so I have the opportunity of jumping in and immediately attacking this. Then I'm actually supposed to step back and attack these guys. I'm still going to be able to win it, but it doesn't matter. This was his last opportunity, which is really difficult to calculate this. He could jump in. If I take, he steps back. If I step here, he jumps in with check, and I can't scoot over to defend this pawn. So if I stepped back this way, he still does this, but then he renders my king kind of operation defend this pawn, and defending this pawn is very important because this pawn is very close to promoting. Then he can kind of bring his king and deal with this over here, and more or less he can maintain a draw even though I'm up a pawn. But this is my extra pawn, and it's not that special because if it was here, it would be very different. But it's over here, so it's actually kind of difficult for me to make a pass pawn, and the king can handle that just fine. He didn't see it, and he walks into another fork. Where are we at? I take, then we hit him with the fork. We take the pawn. Then we're coming back with the immediate idea of giving more checks. He pushes the pawn, obviously makes sense not to lose it. I step in with this fork. Man, my knight is just the jumping around forking god. And so we grab another pawn. Now we officially have a 4-on-1, and these guys cancel out. And not only that, I still have my king very close. If this pawn ever does fall, it's still going to be difficult to promote this. And so at this point, he steps back. This is defended, so that's not really an escaping square. This isn't really an escaping square because I'm going to take, and then not only that, I have another passed pawn, but he steps, where are we at? He steps over because he did not want to trade. But now, these are the retreating squares. He's got no more retreating squares. You got to be very careful when you put your knight specifically in any of these squares, okay? Like any of the corner squares, because he does not, like if the knight is here, he only has 2 moves, okay? And so here, he's only got 4 moves. If that makes sense. So you don't want your knight in the corner or close to the corner or on the wall or anything like that. And so that's a wrap. That was our battle for the day. So thank you so much. If you made it this far, I hope you learned something. I think the most instructive moment in this game is if you're playing Kip 3-1-4 chess, bring the knight back. Don't bring the knight forward in the Tartakower. I understand that. And then here's another one. Don't trade off your attacking bishop for my defending bishop. Then also, if you can bring another piece, like attacking squares incredibly close to the enemy king, do it, even if it looks scary. Or attack the queen and force me to step back. That was it. If he would have made some of these moves, it would have been a different game. But other than that, just be careful when you have a 4-on-3, be careful how you make that pass pawn. Because if it's like your only knight is all the way over here and my king and my knight are here, don't make that pass pawn because I'm just going to stop it somehow and then kill it. And then your pass pawn became a liability. You want to bring that knight over and have it defended, and then you're got a chance at winning or drawing. I hope you learned something. Thank you so much. If you made it this far, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it takes forever. So I'm getting like 2 or 3 every day. Some days like 13, but those are special days. So thank you so much. I don't know why I just did that, but I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. Whether this is your first time seeing me or your 100th time seeing me, just kidding, nobody's watched 100 of my videos. So, what I have learned is we're just going to take. We're just going to take and develop the knight. This is not the best move, but it's the move that I know the most about. So we're going to just go ahead and develop the knights before we develop the bishops. We're then going to casually develop the bishops, and we're going to castle opposite from our opponent because we're going to get a vicious, beautiful attacking game of chess. If he pushes the pawn, yes, I lose tempo. If he puts the knight, then okay, I get a little bit of a pin action going on. We're going to develop my bishop to look at this square. My queen goes up this way, and we're doing a 3+2 for the record. And we're castling this way. And let the games begin. Let the games begin. I have been playing an absolutely ridiculous amount of bullet, and so we're going to just castle this way. If you want to go for this, bro, be my guest. Straight up, be my guest. I'm going to put my rooks over here and launch these pawns. The rather unfortunate thing about that capture is it becomes kind of hard to crack these 3 pawns with my pawns in this structure. Okay, I wish there was like a better highlighting. All I know about is like what, alt? Alt is blue. You see that? And then space. Whoop, never mind. That moves everything. Bishop is attacked. We're going to take a little cheeky step back. Just a little step back. That's a weird knight move. But the same reason you don't want to take mine, I don't want to take yours. Everyone's a little bit scared. We're all looking around. No one knows where to look. Well, we got to start pushing these pawns, do we not? That's a little bit of a question. Are you going to take? You're not questioning my bishop. This knight can jump in. You can step back. I want to avoid trading stuff because what I really want to do is launch these pawns and then just figure out how to get a brutal attack, because that is how you get better at chess. And if it doesn't work out, then you get better at endgames, because studying openings and whatnot, look at this opening. I have not really studied this, to be honest with you. I have studied that. And that's not even the best move. I don't know what the best move is. So studying openings, it's rather insensical. Queen on the same diagonal as the king. Glad that I took note. Thank you for telling me. Everybody watching the video. Okay. Okay. What if I just throw him for a doozy and capture the knight and say, like, what's really going on? So I'm going to just take this moment to take a quiet, nice little quiet step over to the side. That's a scary knight. That's a scary knight. He's doing a lot of damage. So we're going to trade this off. That was stupid, because now we're going to lose a pawn. Take. And I'll never really be able to get rid of that bishop, I don't think. He's going to just boom, boom, boom. And that's just unfun for everybody. So awesome. Awesome. There goes the pawn. But, you know what I mean? That's why you start with 8. You're probably going to lose a couple of them moving around the board as such. Tactics. Did that work? I attack the knight and I attack the bishop. Oh, you can just step back and defend it. My tactics always suck. Well, plan B. Plan B. You take my knight, I got your bishop for a knight. If you don't, I have this fork. If you just put your rook on the open file, okay? We step in. This doesn't work anymore, buddy. So we are going to be getting this fork. So all of a sudden, from the depths of despair, it seems to me that my knight has made a journey. He could have just ignored, he could have not ignored it, but there were a lot of different moves, you know what I mean? All he had to do was avoid the forking squares, and I only had one square. So it's rather unfortunate that our opponent didn't think about all of that. And I feel a lot better that my king's over here. We're defending this. We're defending this. He's going for a checkmate. That's clever. Check over and then just checkmate. And that's all she wrote. So it turns out that our friend is much better at chess than I am. But what if I mean, like, I have to play this move, correct? Is there some sort of crazy tactic that I don't see? He's going for my knight. But I can take here. Give me a gosh darn second. This is getting really complicated. Okay, not that complicated. But I can take the knight. You take. I defend my knight. I mean, he literally just steps forward. I step over. He can capture. I mean, it's worth playing with 57 seconds on the clock. We step over. Undefended queen. Undefended queen. I need to play this to be able to even put a rook over here. Jesus, this is getting a little bit sloppy, if I do say so myself. He could also just kind of like go for something. What's this guy's bullet? No number. That looks good for me. 3 plus 2. Okay, so that was kind of the move that I was worried about. Yes, yes indeed. Well, definitely looks like I'm going to just lose my... definitely looks like I'm going to just lose this guy. Might as well play this, because I'm going to just lose... Could I have stepped out? I could have at least stepped out with check and ruined his pawn structure. And had at least like a little bit of something. I can step like this, defending this, and attacking this pawn. This is getting good. 29 seconds? How did I use that much time? Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay, do something with the bishop. I grab this pawn. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. We're playing chess. Let's go. 26 seconds. What you got, bro? All you got to do is don't lose on time. We're grabbing this. That's all I thought. That's all I considered. We're grabbing this. We then come in here and hit this wicked fork. That threatens a wicked fork. I like it. We're going here. Here to get this. What is that threatening? What was I looking at? Jesus Christ. We're going here with check. He probably just pushes forward. Okay, so that worked. I didn't even look at what I was playing there. I think he could probably just hit me with this sacrifice at some point. Okay. Here, and this. Okay, he's hitting me with the sacrifice. I'm stepping over. That walked right into this check. We're stepping up. Oof, I'm getting absolutely bludgeoned. Don't draw, bro. Let's look at this clock. Analysis. I have a feeling that he's winning. Go ahead and load, computer. Absolute zeros, but if we go back, it's mate in 2. Mate in 2. Boom. 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 Oh my god. Sometimes you just got to give different checks. In this position, if I was him, like after this one and I stepped here, I would have played like this. Just because. And then like played this. Because sometimes wiggling around and giving different checks, you can normally give like 3 or 4 different checks. And so sometimes wiggling around is it's going to do you right. So I got a draw, but I did not deserve it at all. So our opponent got scared in low time. And so we survived. So thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or you simply enjoy watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000. And on my average of like 1 a day, it's going to take me a really long time, okay? Like 3 years. So if like 20 of you just subscribe right now, that would be super, super dope for me. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely dismantling this 1940s position. He's got a lot of question marks in his name, and that is not a good sign. So we have e4, e5, bishop, c3, the bishop's opening, my favorite opening out of every single opening in all of chess. We are really hoping and praying he brings the bishop out. And oh boy, we are like 30 seconds into this video, and I'm about to teach you guys something that you cannot forget. First, we bring the queen out, attacking the pawn that this bishop literally just stopped defending. So this is what we're doing. The most common defense is to bring the queen out here, not only defending the weak pawn, but attacking this spooky check here. And so we are really hoping that he comes out with the queen. If he doesn't come out with the queen, we're still going to win the game. Don't worry about it. And it'll be very instructive. But he doesn't come out with the queen. Oh, sorry, let me get a little bit better situated. Are we getting the audio of the board? Click back. Oh, we're getting the audio. Everything is crisp. So, in this position, what we are afraid of is the pawn push to the center, attacking our bishop, but also unveiling an attack on our queen. So, what we do is we step back with the queen. We yet again reaffirm this attack here. Most likely he will develop the knight, or he will develop the queen, both of which are, I'm pretty sure, fine. I don't know if there's actually like a... I think the knight is actually slightly preferred. But then we're in a little bit of a predicament. We have a completely equal position, but we're afraid of this knight jumping forward, hitting this weak square and our queen at the same time, where we would have to come back with the queen to defend this. And we're not really in the business of undeveloping pieces. So what do we do here? I could just trade and allow this. But I think bringing the knight is actually okay here. We could even step over. Let's just trade off. I'm not really sure which one is the right move. We jump over with the knight, preventing this knight from coming in, and the entire idea of my attack has fizzled out, so we're just going to be in a completely equal game of chess. I'll go back real quick. I was really trying to show you this here. They come out with the queen, attacking and defending. So they come out with the queen, and you attack the queen. The queen's going to come down here with this check. You step over. Then there's a lot of things that can happen, but black actually has a terrible position where you can essentially attack the queen, and the queen will go like here, and you can push forward and defend everything. And he'll need to step over with his king to defend this pawn. And nobody ever steps over with the king. So there's a lot of variations that can happen in a game of chess. Right now we've simply got one that, I mean, it's neither here nor there. We're going to be basically just playing a game of chess. So we're going to step back here. Take a little tiny step back. He captures. We're going to capture towards the center so that all of my pawns are clumped together. Not that pawn, but that's a knight, obviously. So this is basically what we've got going on. We've got 4 minutes on the clock against our opponent with 4 minutes and 22 seconds. And having question marks next to his bullet score and question marks next to his classical score, it makes me believe that he only plays well thought out long games of chess. And I'm going to show you just another way that you can win chess by applying pressure in the endgame in low time. And so this seems to make sense. We're directly attacking this guy. Where is he going after that? He'll probably go over here. So I needed to develop this piece anyway. So now we're doing it with tempo. And this square is pretty, he's pretty hunkered down on this square over here. So I will not be jumping into the middle of the board really anytime soon, because he just has too many pieces looking here. Sorry, my mouse is going a little bit crazy. So he steps back. Fairly reasonable move. We can also take, check. He'll step over here or... Yeah, okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Check. King comes over here. And I could just bring my knight. He'll probably step over. If I take, I can jump in here. Boom, boom, boom. He steps back. It's also probably just about time to castle. I can push this forward. He could push this pawn. I could step back. He could push this pawn. Let's go for a pawn break. I always have this bailout move. I guess he does always just have that, so that's a tad bit unfortunate. We will be stepping back. I don't want to just lose my bishop for no reason. We've both got 3 minutes and 30 seconds, essentially. This generally just brings his knight to the middle, but I'm actually seeing something here. We can capture. Knight comes in. We take attacking both. He'll jump here to threaten this. So let's just do it. He could just take back with this pawn. If he takes with this pawn, or if he takes with the knight, I don't know, what was I calculating right there? I'm not 100% sure. Anything that I just said made sense. Because this knight is defending this pawn, so I'm not winning anything. Probably it's about time we castle. I mean, he can get into my position with check. We got to do something with my bishop. And he could castle opposite. And then it's kind of like a declaration of war. So he's going for this. I could push this now. But I somewhat like the idea of just situating my rook here. He could just castle into it. But I think we're going to take that knight. We just don't want that knight living there. Okay, let's just stop clicking pieces for a second and make a move that's actually good. So this applies pressure to the pawn. This kind of forces something here. I'm not sure if it's really good or bad. But we could just go into an endgame and win that way. That's always one way to do it. Probably more pieces on the board is better. So we're just going to apply pressure here. What if he does this? We have to push. Take. Yeah, we have to push. Where this bishop sucks. Maybe his bishop's cutting off a way more important diagonal than mine is. I'm somewhat sensing that I should be bringing my king this way. So we will step here. We can also bring the knight back. He can bring his knight forward, but I would get this. And I think we're doing quite alright. It's still probably even. I'm not really sure who's winning this. Okay, he steps up with the king. I might go for this now. Now the knight is free to enter. I could take here. Boom. If he takes here, then I jump in with the bishop. Let's do this. We got to get this bishop back into the action. He goes ahead and attacks. I mean, this can't be a bad move, correct? And we kind of have this idea now. So he wants to trade. Let's just trade. Not really sure what else to do here. But I am pretty sure that I want to play this. So like here, we jump in. Let's just go for it. 2 minutes and 38 seconds against 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Probably I need to be playing a tad bit faster. We have like an opposite side castling game, but this is just about as drawish as it gets. So bringing the king somewhere over here and fighting over this open file are the two things that are basically pretty high on my to-do list. Don't want to necessarily let him double these rooks without any sort of benefit. So I mean, I like this. It's just putting my knight in on a good square. We also have this. Yeah, so he's doubling up the rooks. Probably we want to play like this. What about here? Is there anything cool that I can do? I can push here. We kind of don't really want to allow this. So what if we go here? He gives us the check here, here. We step up. So here, check, here, check, I step up. He could go all the way back behind this pawn. We could plug the hole, like attack this guy, come back, plug the hole. We can just plug the hole like this. Attack this guy. I'm actually just like tinkering with these ideas. I'm not sure what's correct. Here, here. I could drop back, and if he takes, I take. He then gets in, I defend. Don't love that. But I push forward, and it's pretty well defended. Here, here. Let's just make a move. I'm getting a little bit low on the clock. It's a little bit scary. If he plays this, if I take. What if I step here? If he takes, I go up. I'm going for this. We're trying to bring this guy over here. That's the new idea. Then we can trap the rook. I'm just kidding. He'll trade like this. But 1 minute and 30 seconds against 3 minutes? Jesus. Okay. Here. Where's the knight going after that? Nowhere useful. We can also just fight over this open file like so. Boom, boom, boom. Looks like he's going for this. Here, 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 here. Here, here, here. Let's do it. I mean, he's got the open file, and I'm tired of it. Sick and tired of him having the open file. So we're going to trade the rooks. Go into a king and pawn and knight endgame. So he's coming in, but I'm coming in. He's coming in. And I guess, like, what do we really need to be worried about? Not actually sure. We can give this check, but his king's just coming up. So I could step here, check, here. If I get to this pawn, it might be a little bit problematic. And if the king ever tries to go this way, I have this check to win this pawn. He's got this check, but I come in. Go here. He's got this. But I do have this to win the pawn. So he's got this check. I come back. He goes here. He could probably repeat the position. Ooh. We can give this check. We grab this. The knights are looking at each other. He steps back. We step back. He's going for this. But I have a passed pawn now. If I push, he can take this one. What if I launch forward? If he takes, I take. Like, boom, 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 boom. And I'm pretty quick to play something along the lines of this. So, let's do this. 49 seconds. Awesome. We're going to take this. Now, this pawn is also weak. I've definitely made some mistakes here. He's going for this. Jeez, bro. Here. Here. I'm scared. You can go for this, but I step back. We go here, here, and launch this pawn. He's also got this 2-on-1. Ugh, I'm not even winning anymore. It's probably still a draw. Okay, so that separates his pawns. So here, here, but then he's just got these guys. But I can go for it. Here, 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 here. Take. Here. Push this. Oh, dear Lord, that's what it was. That's what it was. Sorry if I shut up for a second. I'm really locked in. These are always the hardest parts of the game, just so everybody's well aware of that. He can push, but I take, and you lose that. And this outside pawn is going to act as a decoy. So where are you going? You have to step back. If you push forward, I just take. Tragic. Absolutely tragic that I hit him with the deep freeze. I think that's it. What do you do here? We push. We're now touching his weakness, and we push our passed pawn. He can step in, but we take. He steps back, but we step back. He can't guard everything. Grab this, and this guy runs. We could play it real safe and just win all of the pawns. Here, 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 here. Queen, he takes the pawn. Then I do need to figure out. So we could just take. We could just take. Like, there's no need to make it more complicated than it needs to be. I saw that there might be some complications here. Like, the king is going to get this pawn. He'd have a passed pawn. Of course, I can still win that. But taking all of his pawns, so there's zero reason to be afraid. And I just realized that was a rated game. I thought that was a casual game. So I am so grateful that I won, because now I'm 2,032. Wow. Let's check that with the computer. I have a sneaking suspicion I played that incredibly accurate. And so let's switch the scenes, and I will see you over there. And all right, here we are in the analysis, and to my disbelief, that was And here we are in the analysis, and to my disbelief, that was far more inaccurate than I had thought. I thought that was at least like 92% accurate, and it was really 85, with 2 blunders, 2 mistakes, 2 inaccuracies, and we will be addressing all of those. And so we'll slide back up here so we can take a full look at the board. Now we have e4, e5, bishop c3, the knight comes out, the bishop comes out, and we go with this, queen g4. Generally, what this does, it attacks all this stuff. This or this are the best moves. The most common move is to bring the queen out. Now, here's generally the line if the queen comes out, and you'll be able to see that he needs to step over with the king yet again, and nobody does that. They generally like push this pawn where you attack the queen, and then you just have a crushing and winning line out of nowhere. So unfortunately, that didn't happen. Maybe I should check what to do here. We step back, the queen comes, I'm supposed to attack the queen, where you take, and I just get a lead in development. Okay, I guess that wasn't too hard to see, plus I'm sort of attacking this, and I'm attacking this, so I'm attacking the fork. Okay, we'll be doing that next time. Instead, we take the queen, and we just get a completely equal position, and instead of bringing my knight to the normal square, I put him on a weird square. I go e2 instead of f3, with f3 is obviously the natural development square for the knight, and we just get to a completely symmetrical game. None of this really matters all incredibly too much. We develop our piece with tempo. I guess that I had this idea, but that's really never going to work, so we might as well just push a pawn. Completely equal. We step back, trade, castle, and we've made it 15, 16 moves, and it is completely equal. Nothing exciting has happened thus far. He gets the knight in. We take it with our knight. We step up with the bishop, which is an inaccuracy. We have a half a pawn advantage, less than half a pawn, but we do a little fiddling around, and we come back, attack the bishop. We trade. We get the knight in, knight to the middle, and I'm supposed to push this pawn to prevent the knight from getting in. Never in a million years am I playing that. This is basically where I spent the most amount of time in the entire game, and I didn't play the right move. I'm supposed to keep it equal by pushing the pawn up. Oh, maybe I can double? Like here, you attack and I get behind. That's what the idea is. Like this, and I cover like this. That's weird, but yes, it would have worked. Okay. I did not think about doing that and like putting my rook in front of my pawn. I guess that makes sense. My rook in this file is better than like over here. Okay, so either way, I play the wrong move. We step up. We step in with the king, trade. We go for the open file. It's slightly more accurate to play this. I can't really tell you why, but this is a complete draw. And we just get in. And our opponent never used too much of his time here, but we finally get in here and we get a pawn. It's still a draw because he can get in and still attack our pawn, and we really have not a great way to defend it because even if I push, he just takes. And that is exactly what happened in the game. So we play a blunder here. I'm officially losing. We jump back with the knight, and we trade. Now it's still a draw, but I hit him with the deep freeze. Now this is just important to memorize. This pawn is holding 2 pawns. He can't push forward or I'm going to take, and my pawn is too close to promotion, so you can't do that. So 1 pawn stops 2. You can also do it with 3. So imagine if there were 3 pawns here, you wouldn't be able to push either of them because I just take. If that makes sense. Sorry, I drew this arrow. I meant like pawns here. You can't push either one because I'll just take. So 1 pawn can actually stop 3 if you kind of get lucky or strategic. So, still a draw. But here, what was he supposed to do? He's supposed to allow it. We get the queen. You get the queen. And it's still a draw. But I'm going to be honest with you. I'm probably going to win this. Because his king is far away from all the checks. So I'm probably going to be able to figure out a way to give a bunch of checks and win at least one of these pawns. And put my queen somewhere not terrible, like on a defended square. So you can give me some checks, but at least my pawns are held. And so, man, he could have just gone for the pawn chase. But we go in here, and then this outside pass pawn simply becomes a decoy. He's got to chase it at some point. And here, I guess probably the easiest idea is to just make a new queen. But I realized that I'm going to do this. And he's going to get in here. And I'll make a queen, and then he'll win my pawn. And then it's a king and a pawn. And I got to stop that with my queen. I had 30 seconds. So I just chose to... I mean, once I take this pawn, for one, another thing you should just know about king and pawn endgames, his king can never stop this. So I can go here and come in here and have all the time in the world to do this, and his king can never actually take this pawn, or this one runs. So like, say my king runs all the way over here. If his king is right here and he takes, this pawn will run and become a queen. And if he's too lazy and he tries to do something with his king over here, like I can push these pawns, and when he gets closer, I can make the same structure of just 2 pawns. So 2 pawns in this structure, the classic structure, is safe against an enemy king. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I am on a mission to try and get monetized, and so I need some more watch hours, I need some more subscribers. I need to do a whole lot better with this whole YouTube thing if I expect to make any money or do anything with this channel. So thank you so much. Your support is immensely appreciated. I love each and every one of you. I'll see you in the next one. Get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, we're going to be playing a 10-minute rapid game on chess.com, where the stakes are high. Today, I'm rated 1828. We're facing a 1931. I wasted 6 seconds out of the opening because I'm yapping, and we're going into the bishop's opening in my least favorite line. But you know what? I've been doing a little bit of studying in the lab, and if he decides to capture, which he did not do, so I will not go into incredible detail about what would happen in that opening. Now, we're going to push this pawn. I have all of this memorized, but I understand that for some people newer at chess, maybe I should be explaining some of this stuff. So what we're worried about here is losing our light square bishop. So I think we're just going to go for his dark square bishop with the same mechanics he can go for our light square bishop. Now, this move right here looks fancy. I believe that we just chased the bishop. We just chased this bishop around. And now we have a weird pawn structure on this side of the board, but we successfully got rid of one of his bishops. So I'm going to call that a dub. Now, obviously, we're going to be castling this way. Now, if I take, he's going to have an open file when he castles. I don't really assume he's going to be castling this way. Now, we simply can't let him capture and ruin my pawn structure like this and hang this pawn in the middle. So I believe we're going to do a little tiny step back. And if he captures, I take. But none of that happened. We're just going to castle. A lot of what chess is honestly calculating stuff that never happens and never is going to happen. Now, I would really love to go for this pawn push, but this cheeky little knight is definitely attacking my pawn in the center of the board. I would also like to go for this pawn break, but my knight is in the way. So a way that I can kind of make all of it happen is, you know what, let's just trade for no real reason. That probably wasn't a good trade, but I like the idea of trading these knights and keeping my bishop versus knight and just trying to go into an endgame where I'm doing all right. We're going to scoot the queen up just a tad little bit. Man, and if he goes for this, do we really just have to capture? We're kind of running out of squares for my knight as well. Like, I don't have any forward momentum at all, and I still have not accomplished pushing this pawn in the center, which is what I want to do because he is probably just going to push his pawn in the center. So maybe even like launching over here. This is the part of the game where you actually got to come up with a halfway decent plan. I mean, stepping over here to go like this does not seem too promising. And then this is defended by my rook, so potentially I could like bring my... You know what? I know that I just put the queen here, but we're going to just slide over. That kind of allowed his knight to get in. Man, he is just fighting for this square in the center. Or not in the center, but in front of my king. And I don't think we're going to allow that to happen. I just don't think we're going to allow that to happen. How are we going to not allow that to happen? You know what? I'm sensing a little bit of stuff happening over here. So maybe bringing my king up so my rooks can access the defense of all of this. But I have completely given up on the idea of saving this bishop. I'm almost guaranteed I'm just going to sacrifice, not sacrifice, but I'm going to capture whatever comes to this square. And I'm just unsure what is the correct plan. I'm literally just making some waiting moves. Does pushing in the center accomplish anything for me? He doesn't even need to take. But let's just do it. Let's just do it. So he's coming in. Man, he's attacking a lot of squares. I think that just taking it is not the greatest idea. Whoa. So we're going to just step up. He has like slowly just started bringing every single piece to where my king is, and my pieces are not like the best defensive pieces over here. The reason I'm bringing the king up like this is so I can push this pawn and the knight can't take. But this pawn, my g2 pawn, is doing a very important job of defending this knight. If you take a gander That's the only thing defending my knight. Bro, are you dead serious right now? Are you dead serious? I think I can win this pawn. I mean, this is obviously very scary. Bringing the rook. Can I just take that? I mean, it gets his queen in here. We're just going to go for this. We can't push this because this is undefended. But I could just kill the knight and then his rook gets in. Then I play this. Ooh. Like capture, capture. This just wins on the spot. So you have to capture back with your queen. So boom, boom. You have to do that. Then I can push forward. This is defended. Maybe eliminating this knight is actually in my best interest. Because I don't think there's really a beautiful way for me to defend this. Like, I can't push forward because he just checkmates me, essentially. I'm just stepping back and then getting checkmated here. So we're just clearing the position, bro. Did that walk just into a simple fork? Am I ridiculous? Or did that just walk into a fork? 5 minutes on the clock? Dude is playing quite quickly. I feel like that was a very important move, and he just blitzed it out. Sometimes when you got 10 minutes, bro, you can just yap. Bro, I got 5 minutes. I am very confident in my bullet playing skills. Okay, so I push forward. You hit me with... Like, you can grab this, but, bro, I'm grabbing your queen. You have to do something with the queen. And so this is going to really weaken my king. But I'm grabbing a rook, bro. I mean, well, no need to think about it for a million years. Like, I'm definitely grabbing that. He hits me with a check. We go here. He hits me with another check. I step back. Got a lot of options here for moves. So this just walks into this. So I think we want to go here, here. Then we step back because there's no more good checks. So we're going for this, hoping he hits us here, then only in, and then we step back to this corner square so he doesn't have this check. Because we got to be a little bit cautious about completely getting... Okay, so obviously going here just walks into this. So we're going to step to the corner. He's probably going to attack this pawn. But in that amount of time, I can step forward with the queen defending laterally across the entire rank. There's also this. What's the most important thing here? Stepping forward seems to make a lot of sense. Also stepping over, attacking the queen. Essentially, we just have to not get checkmated, and we're going to win. So, how are we going to do that? I mean, if we play this, it takes away the rook's infiltration ideas. We're going to just go ahead and play that. So he's got this with his rook, but we could maybe step forward. Maybe we just sacrifice a pawn at this point. He wants to come in, obviously, with the rook. That was the whole idea. If we step forward, we just walk into this and step back, and he comes back. So that's not going to work. Pushing forward walks into this check, where I just step over, and he can just get a draw. So what if we go here? We allow this. Oh, bro, did I completely... We step in. Hear me out. You step forward. Did I completely just choke this? What if I push here? Does that give me time? I step in. If you take with the rook, I think this is the move. We throw this forward. Now your rook arriving here is not an option, which made me lose the game. So I'm pretty sure that this is like a pawn sacrifice. Or, you know, like if his pawn takes, he gets in the way of the rook being able to get into my position. And that's the only way that I'm losing here. Okay. We solved one problem. Bringing this other rook. Okay, so I'm fairly certain that just going here and just defending this and attacking the queen all in one foul swoop. We need to get this other rook into the action. So stepping over with tempo on the queen, then bringing the other rook over here seems to make a fair amount of sense. Not sure what that move really did. I can also just like attack the queen. I mean, is it ridiculous to play like this? We play this. Right. I mean, opening up the position. I don't think that I hate it. Closing the position. Let's just take. Not really sure what was supposed to be played there, but now I have this. And then I have this. And bro, I have an extra rook, so as long as I'm not a retard, I'm going to be able to figure this out. Sorry for saying that word if you guys don't like it. I like the idea of just getting active. We can also threaten this. Ooh. We step in, threatening this, supporting this. We can also pin here. This is also threatening this. We're stepping into the position. We're threatening this. I'm not really sure that that's like the most important thing in the world, but this square has been covered twice, but we've got this open file. So he steps over. Probably actually a really decent move right there. And just calm, cool, and collected, we're playing like this. All right, I really need to start playing a little bit faster. We're going like this. He can't really come in. We're stepping and attacking the queen. What are you going to do about this checkmate, bro? The answer is you're going to hang it in one move. So, that's how you beat a 1900 on chess.com. You let them attack you a little bit, and then they just crumble under the weight of their own. They made the game complicated, bro. I didn't even make the game complicated. They did. And then they simply walked into a fork from a more or less crushing position. Like if we go back to this super standard opening, all of this is nonsense, but I got the dark square bishop, and I did all of that work just to trade my dark square bishop later. Now, in this position right here, he needed to take with the queen. How long did he spend on this move? 2 seconds, bro. This was the most important position in the entire game, and he played it in 2 seconds and loses the game. Bro had 9 minutes. He spent 1 minute and 3 seconds out of a 10-minute game. And that is just not how you play a rapid game of chess, bro. If you want to play a 1-minute game of chess, you know what I mean? All of the time was spent on me yapping. And then here, this was a crucial moment, deciding what to do. This supports the infiltration of my position, and not only that, it cuts off the defense of this. And once the rook arrives, it attacks and defends, and I'm just getting checkmated here. Like, if he plays this move, I mean, I essentially take, and then I'm still actually probably doing quite all right. No, I'm not, because it's check, and he wins this pawn, and then he can... I got 2 rooks for the queen, but let's check with the computer. How accurate was that? I don't know. I feel pretty good about it, so let's go check it and see how it was. And here we are in the analysis, and I cannot believe that I took a 1950, whatever this guy's rating was, 1926. Bro, I took him down without even breaking a sweat. I didn't even have to think very hard in that position. He definitely had an attack, and there was a sacrifice that neither of us really considered. I guess I thought about like the prospects of it happening in some positions, but I didn't actually calculate anything because I was just confident in my play. Take a look at this graph. We destroyed this dude. We destroyed it. There was never a moment. Just this one moment of the sacrifice that neither of us saw. Whenever you see a big spike like this, that means, oh no, you blundered, but it must have been a complicated blunder because neither of us saw it. So ultimately, if it goes from here and then 2 seconds later, it's right here, it never happened. Pretend like it never happened. This is different, where there's a spike and it does not come back down. It stays up. Those are real blunders, where they were captured by one side. And so One blunder in my position, 90% accurate, don't hate it. And our opponent, 3 blunders, we know what some of those were. And so let's just hop into it. Now, the position that I was alluding to in the center, or in the beginning, not in the center, was this capture right here. I was kind of hoping to play this because I've never actually played it. What I would normally do is capture, capture, the pawn comes, you step back, he gets the knight, you take here, and you have a worse position. Now, why would I go into that line and have a worse position? Because I didn't study openings, and that's just what would happen, okay? And then I became comfortable with it, and I let it happen too many times. The alternative to that is you see the knight come out, and you simply push the pawn, and you defend all of those sacrifice ideas, and then and only then do you bring the knight. But what I wanted to try this game was none of the above. We bring the knight, you capture, and I bring out the queen, where you have to step back to this really strange square. We go ahead and capture, and we go into an equal position. You can... Oh, he's going to capture, and you either go back here or here. Either are pretty much fine. This one's more attacky. This one's more defendy. And so I wanted to try this position, okay? Or you can just be principled and none of the above. None of the above. You push the pawn, no sacrifices, no crazy stuff. You develop another piece. That's all we're doing, playing simple chess. Now, I push this pawn because I don't want to get hit with a pin where this knight jumps in, attacking all of that stuff. So the simple pawn push defends a lot of ideas getting into my position. At the drawback of it's a hook. So if he launches his pawn all the way forward, I'm confronted with a decision, okay? So this move, it gives a place for your bishop. It defends the knight and the bishop from arriving to this g4 square, but you get a hook, okay? So it's got like 3 good things, 1 really bad thing. So it's hard to say it's a okay move. Those are the good and the bad. Now, we just immediately go for this dark square bishop. He can try and run away, but ultimately, I'm just going to chase him around with pawns until I capture him, okay? Now, I could have waited here, and this would have been a moment to where, like, this bishop is never escaping. I'm going to be able to grab him whenever I want. It would have made sense to, like, develop a piece or castle or whatever, because this capture is never going anywhere, okay? So that's 3 minutes into the opening. I think we have covered a considerable amount. Now, I didn't want to capture immediately because it just opens up this file, is why I didn't want to capture. It's actually the best move, but stepping back is just fine as well. And then for whatever reason, a few moves later, I decide to capture, and I give him the open file. And the reason I didn't want to do that, I will be able to illustrate that for you in about 10 moves. So we're just making moves. I'm really not sure what to do. All I know is that I have the bishop, but I have done nothing to get my pieces closer to his king, and I have really done nothing to stop his pieces from getting closer to my king. So you could argue that I'm not playing very good chess. Now, the best move is to step back with the knight. Either way. What move did I even choose? I play a pawn push in the center. Now, this opens up ideas for sacrifices. He can sacrifice here. If I go for this, I'm just really losing, because if the knight gets in, how am I defending all of this stuff? Say I, like, step forward, he's just hitting me with checks. And if I take back, he's just hitting me with more checks. And if I step back, by golly, he's getting into the position with checkmate. So that rook sacrifice, all you need is, you know, more attackers than defenders. And he's got right now 2 attackers, and my rook, you can hardly even call it a defender. So essentially, I've got no defenders. I've got, like, an extra rook, and I'm up, but whatever. So neither of us saw it. That is why this is the spike, okay? Right here in the position. I don't know if it's going to show up on the map. Yes, it is. Can you see the line? Okay. Boom. Blunder, it goes down. You see where the line in the middle is? Then he misses it, so it goes back up. So that's what those spikes are. I blunder, he didn't see the idea, and he blunders right back. So the position is unchanged, essentially, from before and after this blunder. We step forward. Best move. I realize maybe I'm going to want to bring my rooks behind, and I'm definitely going to want to defend this with at least another piece. So we capture, capture, and I capture here for a really simple idea. That knight was attacking crucial squares in my position. My bishop was kind of doing nothing, so trading it off makes a lot of sense. And in this position, he can capture 1, 2, 3 different ways, and only one of them loses. If he captures the queen, it's just a completely equal position. We push here. He gets into the position. I mean, maybe we like launch a pawn, we do something. He's still got the attack. He's still essentially the one applying pressure here. He's attacking this pawn. He's attacking this pawn. My king is kind of ugly, and you're really happy and ready to double up, okay? If you capture with the pawn, then okay. Then I'm just kind of getting sandwiched. Like, you're ready for like maybe a pawn sacrifice here to open up the position, or like even this, and then you are grabbing this square on my position. Long story short, he spent 2 seconds on this move right here, which walks into a simple fork. Sucks for him. I'm sorry to our opponent for playing this, but sometimes this was a little bit of hope chess, capturing and realizing that this option was there, and boom, it's there. And like, yes, we ruined my pawn structure. Now this is a little bit instructive. My little king dance that I did here, I realized that this check was going to be annoying and this pawn is weak. So the best practice here is to step over, then he hits you with check, and then and only then do you step back to the corner, because his queen arriving to this square and giving this check is no longer an option. Technically, everything is winning, so you don't got to worry about it. But we go here, and then best move. So what we're really worried about is this. So check this out. If I play anything else, then I'm completely lost, because the rook arrives. Yes, I can take, but he gets this with check. I step up, and then he gets this pawn. And I'm just completely losing. Like, yes, I have the two rooks for the queen, but my pawns are separated. Everything in the position is weak. His king is safe. All of his pawns are, like, super secure. And my two rooks kind of suck against this queen right now. And so, yeah, in this position, I just am completely losing. And say that I try and run away, well, then I'm just going to get checkmated. Well, he'll probably bring the queen. I step over, then he checkmates me some other way. I'm going to lose the game. So the only good way to defend that is step up with the king, but that's also not great because he can still just jump in, and then, I don't know, it's just not what you want. Throwing this pawn forward blocks this square from the rook, okay? The rook either is going to arrive here, and we trade it, and he replaces it with a pawn. Long story short, the queen, it just cuts the rook off from the square. So this is just a pawn push, but it's really kind of important. This is the square that we're worried about, so we just jump past it, and all of a sudden it's blocked. The rook is not arriving to the square, at least not immediately. We trade, we step over. Now we're confronting the queen. We're attacking this. He has to step over. Now we just put my rook to a nice little active square. We trade off, and the reason that I trade off here is because boom, boom. Now I have an open file, okay? So he steps back. I go ahead and just threaten checkmate in one. We go ahead and just pin this. So now if the rook goes anywhere, I'm pretty much just going to take the queen with check. So it's just my queen is uber active, and I'm threatening this because I can just take this pawn for free because the pin on the king. Okay? Now, I can sacrifice here, and if he takes, I take here. And then I'm threatening checkmate here. That's kind of unstoppable. The only way to stop it would be to trade the queens. Completely winning. But you can just be simple. Double the rooks. Get into the position. And then what is he supposed to do here realistically? Like, you just step over. I mean, I take. You take with this. And, bro, I've just got two rooks versus one. I'm winning this every single time. Thank you so much for watching my video. Absolutely crushed that guy. I feel bad. We'll try another one. Maybe I lose. But one thing that I've been doing is playing just casual games against pretty much only higher rated opponents. Okay, that's not true. Whatever opponent wants to play me. But I've been doing a lot of casual games against like 2000s, 2100s, and I think that's really helping me out because I'm like 2000 on a good day on Lichess, and so I'm just playing people that are better than me, and it's forcing me to get better. And so I don't play on chess.com very often, so when I do, I get on here and I feel like I just crush people. Yesterday I played Bullet. I won like 10 games in a row on my phone parked outside of the gym. So just play a lot of casual games, and you don't have to worry about the elo or whatever. And then when you come back and you play a rated game, I feel like you're just better than your opponent at that point. So thank you so much for watching the video. I'll see you guys in the next one. I love you. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is what we always do. Today, we're playing the Caro-Kann. Will we have the exchange? Yes, we will. C4 on the board. You need to develop this knight, or you're in a world full of hurt. Then I believe what we really want to do is we want to develop this bishop, but we're scared of him coming out with the queen, applying pressure to this, and applying pressure to this. So I think we just do a little calm and casual, either a knight development or a pawn push. I actually forget, but I think we're going to develop the knight, and I think we'll be okay. If he takes, we take back. And then for what reason, if I develop here and the queen comes out, do I attack? Yes, that's what it is. That's the difference. You have to develop this knight first before the bishop, because then it stops this move from having as much sting, because you can jump in attacking the queen, defending the pawn. I hope that what I'm saying makes sense. And at some point we are potentially supposed to just capture here. But I think we're going to just push forward. Now we've at least got a pawn defending our pawn in the center. Generally pawns are very good at defending pawns. And this looks really scary. But what you do in this situation is, I believe, you jump forward. And then one of those pieces is most likely going to step back. Or he steps over here with this knight. Okay. The queen is defended, so I don't need to react to that immediately. But what about this move? Then you are kind of forced to step back. And so what we're really scared of is this. Okay? We don't want that to happen. We also don't really want this to happen. But I think we're doing quite alright if we just bring a bishop. And then this piece does need to step back. Thank you. Goodbye. And now, after defending all of that nonsense, I think it is finally about our turn to take a step forward, where we will be attacking the queen and the knight. And the knight is uber pinned. So we're going to go ahead and do that. He could step in. No, he couldn't. He has to do something with his queen. And he resigns. Okay. I mean, I guess that was pretty instructive on how to do the opening. I'm not necessarily sure if resigning, you're just going to lose like a pawn, right? Like you step over, I take, you take, I take with check. So you could step back like this. Take, check. You step up, but then I get the rook. So you're going to be down some stuff, but you don't got to resign. You can at least play like 5 or 6 more moves. So let's check with the computer. We'll do it right here. We won't even switch anything. We're going to do it real quick. So let me explain this opening bit. We have the Caro-Kann exchange variation C4. And I know you guys can't see the valuation. I'll just explain it to you. We develop the knight. He develops the knight. We develop the knight. Now, this move right here looks like a natural developing move, but I promise you it is not. You bring the bishop, and then all of a sudden you have a -1 because the queen comes out, and this situation is just hard to defend. You've got pressure here, you've got pressure here, and no matter what you do, you're losing a pawn one way or another, and he's really applying pressure, okay? So you can't bring the bishop yet. You have to develop the knight first, then he develops the knight, then we can develop the bishop. And I guess these moves are about the same. We go ahead and we push a pawn defending the center. Should we, while this thing's loading, let's bang out and see how accurate it actually was. Then this is -1. I'm supposed to go with the bishop first. But the queen is okay. I guess the bishop first because you wanted him to bring the bishop back. And finally, we start taking some steps forward. He has to take a step back, and finally we take a step forward. And then it's just -2 for our opponent here. And like I said, this is the best move. But then this is going to happen. Then this is going to happen. Then this is going to happen. You can do this, but then I can just trade. Man, it's not going to be comfortable. And you don't want to do that, so you'd probably step forward with the king to keep defending this pawn. But then I can just... Oof, it's getting rough for our opponent here. Let's see how accurate I played. I played 88, 1 in accuracy. How is it 88 with 1 in accuracy? What's going on? What was the 1 in accuracy? Let's check. Oh, I went with the queen instead of the bishop. Yeah. Hard to explain why this one is so much better. Here. And then I castle, and we just completely give up on this whole idea over here because the bishop can come back. Either way, I guess the moral of the story is the opponent took a lot of steps forward. Like, I feel like all of his moves, like this, okay, not a lot of steps forward, but he took a step forward, and we just had to pause and think about it for a second. And we're like, all right, you're threatening some really important stuff. Not only that, my queen is essentially trapped, but is there something more important and something like more forcing? And yes, there is. There's this check. And generally what will happen in some of these positions, say the bishop had already stepped back or whatever, sometimes this fork can be defended with simple a queen check because the only realistic move is to step back with the knight. So not in this exact position, but just remember this idea for future games. When the knight comes in and there's this fork, think about a queen check first before you despair, okay? Because sometimes it forces the knight back. And so we start taking steps forward. Bada boom, bada bing. All right, that's a wrap. Thank you so much for watching my video. Sorry it was such a short one, but that's how you play the Caro-Kann exchange variation with the C4. I don't know what variation it's called. Does it tell me? It's the C4 explosive variation. That's what I'm calling it. Thank you so much. Please subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we are going to be doing is absolutely destroying this 1986. Doesn't say where he's from. We're going to take a quick gander. He's from Italy. 2,000 games, joined 1 month ago. That is sketchy. He doesn't have real ratings in anything but Rapid and Bullet. He says, hello, have fun. I don't think we are going to be having any fun today. And so, let's just develop the knight. You know what I mean? Already, just out of the opening, not sure if I made the right move here. He's definitely just got this. So let's just develop. He's got the pawn push. We're going to take that idea away. We don't want the pawn pushing forward, so we're going to just do this. We don't really have a great square to put this bishop. Like if I go here, I'm breaking the pin. Let's just push a pawn. Let's push a pawn on the side of the board and not be afraid. And so I guess one thing that I want to hammer in is studying openings is way overrated. You need to study endgames. If you're trying to get better at chess, that is where the game is won and lost every single time. 99% of the time, the opening does not matter. You can literally make like a selection of 5 different moves in every position that keep it just about equal. And so we want to develop this bishop. I don't have really great squares. The pin is not going to happen. I guess we don't really have to take. We could develop this. So the reason that we're challenging this is like, what else was I going to do with the bishop? I really had my choice of this square, but the pin was never really going to happen because my pawn is defending the pin. I think it's time we take a little castle. Probably our opponent will castle. Okay, we capture. Now it might be time to castle. And we could jump forward. And then like this happens. I don't know if that's really good for anybody. Putting my rook here probably makes more sense. So let's just go with this. Probably that's the correct idea. Go ahead and put my knight to an active square. I mean, we're just going to trade it off. Why not? And we kind of got to keep my knight here because I don't want this to happen. We can go for a double up technique. He could play something. If we play this, 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 we're going to be all right. So we're just going to play it. And basically, my strategy in some of these games is literally just like trade evenly, get into an endgame as fast as possible, and that is where the game is won and lost. We have made 14 moves, and I can almost guarantee you that it is a complete draw no matter what. Let's just trade a piece equally. He might even throw in this rook capture. I'm not really sure that it's good or bad for anybody, but we're going to double up the rooks. That is the straight up idea here. We're still holding down this square. That makes the knight step back, which is probably really not like incredibly useful or anything, because if I take, and then I bring my queen over, I have no infiltration because when the knight moves from being attacked, he could even step over with the king. There's probably a lot of things that he could do here. But let's just rush into an equal endgame. It looks like I came back surviving a shipwrecked island. Yes, it does. Look at this beard. This thing is ridiculous. Should I shave it all off? I took your idea, Isaac, and said that I would do it like live on stream, and then if I reach like a certain level of subscribers or like whatever it may be, then shave the beard. So I'm just thinking this. He comes back with the knight. I could just push forward here. If I step back, capture, capture, his knight can actually get access to this square in 2 moves. How powerful is his knight being on this square? I mean, I could probably just like step forward and then like bring my knight over here challenging this. I mean, I could just take, but then he's got this pawn break, which I don't love. Shave at 1.5. I think 2K. 2K is a better idea. I'm sensing that I want to be able to push here to defend this. And dude, we are just rushing. Like if the knight comes here or here, he's got some good squares for this guy. I mean, I can get my knight here and he can get his knight here. I'm not really sure which one is better. And I don't see really any weaknesses or like any great movement forward. I guess I can go here and go for the pawn break. Here. Push like this, that's sketchy. He can go here and capture, capture, capture. Let's do it. We're going for the pawn break. He can defend it, like literally, he's going to be making one of these moves. I think that this one's probably more flexible because he has the choice of going to either one. We do have this check now. We do have the pawn break as well. Then we just get into the position with tempo on this. Covering these squares, I think we go for this. If he brings the knight, okay, we take with tempo on this. Never forget the tempo winning moves. He defends. We could just trade. It's probably time. He can launch here. He's got a 3-on-2. He's got a 3-on-2. Also tempo. Scary to play move, but we're going to do it. He can attack us. We jump in. Oh, he defends. Okay. He's got his choice of these moves. I could play this. What about check? Check. I mean, what does that accomplish? Got 5 minutes. Don't say something like that in the chat, bro. I think we play this. Here, here. Attack it again. It's not really attacking anything. Would give this check. I mean, he just steps over. Potentially I hit him with this check. He steps over again, or he steps forward. Maybe I just defend this. We're a little bit worried. Like if I step forward, he jumps in. Okay? We attack. He jumps in. We push again. I'm not... Ugh, these knight endgames are complicated. Kind of thinking just step forward. We just step forward. No, that walks into this. Okay, we're doing this. It defends this square from the knight. We can at least get a check. This is undefended. Probably we got to push forward. I have a 4-on-3, and he has a 3-on-2. That is the imbalance of the position. The only thing that I really got going for me is the kings are on this side. So his 3-on-2 is weaker than my 4-on-1. The knights are on this side, but the knights kind of are not as good as the king in the endgame at stopping pawns. And so what I am thinking is if I can make some sort of pass pawn on this side of the board, there's a chance that I can just completely immobilize the knights, and then we fight over these 5 pawns over here. Quit playing ring around the rosy. Develop the king. I stepped the king forward. I'm on the 2nd rank. He's on the 2nd rank. I think we're completely even in regards of king activity. So he goes ahead and gives me a little tiny check. If I jump forward, he kind of just gets like a tempo winning move. What am I really accomplishing with the knight? I think this might be the new idea. We play this. He jumps in with check. I step up. I'm playing this. 4 minutes and 22 seconds against 7 minutes. His knight will be quite happy over here. Also able to access this square, attacking this guy. As long as I don't hang some sort of stupid fork from these knights, I think we're going to be all right. But this is going to be a doozy of an endgame. An absolute doozy. It's all about who blunders first. I can defend that with the king. We have to play this, no? He's got this. I push forward. He hits me with a check. Step over again. I'm a little bit spooked. I'm not going to lie to you guys. His knight seems to be doing more knightsy stuff than my knight. Do we attack? What do we do? We can jump forward, attacking this. Ooh, I kind of like that. He pushes forward. We hit him with the check. I think we go for this. Attacking this guy. How do you defend it? We jump forward. If you push, I hit you with a check. You step here. I hit you with another check. If I do this, if he captures, I take. He pushes forward. I stay defending. It's a scary move to play, but this is the move I play. I think it might be a winning move. I jump in. You jump in. I push. You hit me with a check. I attack. We're going for this. This doesn't work because I get in. This push doesn't work because I have the fork. Boom, boom. Defending with the knight. Please. This is so scary. This. We step over. We're going for this guy. You can't defend because your square is taken. That's the defensive square. He's also got this, but this is not going to work either. So I might be grabbing a pawn. And then it's still a draw, but then I'm on the happy side of the draw because I all of a sudden made a pass pawn. I win this pawn becomes stronger. And I don't even need to like completely commit. At some point, if this knight moves, I can step forward. And then I have like a super impenetrable structure and we can focus on this over here or like making a pass pawn over here. I think we're doing all right. I think we are doing all right. And finally, our opponent decides to take a little bit of a think. Okay, I think that what I calculated made sense. Check here, check. It doesn't work. This is defended. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Check. We attack the knight, no? If you take, I take. Here, here. I think I have to play this. We attack the knight. If you take here, I take here. But then he just takes back. Ugh. What about this? Here. Still this with check. Oh, did I just blunder? God damn it, that was not a game-winning move. That was me blundering away the endgame. I think I can still survive. What do I do? What do I do? Check. This doesn't work. This. Here. To. This is what I'm playing. He can take. Then it's a 3-on-2 versus 3-on-2, but his 3-on-2 is more advanced than mine. Help. 1 minute and 36 seconds. This is tense. Take. He's also got this. We're ready to attack. If he does something else, I think I'm ready to just attack like this. He can throw this in with check, so it actually doesn't work incredibly well. My king would be pretty active right there. It gives me a little check. What do I do here? If I step forward, he's got this check. Don't love that. If I step over, then we're covering a lot of stuff. He could step in, but then I'm ready to take and then separate these pawns. I quite like that. If the knight ever moves, I can take that as well. So take. Probably take. If he pushes, I take. He steps forward, I step over. He pushes, I take. He takes. Then this pass pawn is actually tremendously scary in that position. Here, I can attack first. Attack this knight first, then grab this. Here, grab this, attacking the knight. I think something is happening right here. We attack. Do I simply capture this back like this? Could step forward as well. I think we go for this. If you step in, I take. We're doing this. We attack the knight. If my knight goes here, though, I'm completely invested in making a pass pawn and winning the endgame. This 3-on-2 is actually getting really scary because my king is not over there and my knight is potentially going to be quite far. So if you play something like this, we take. Where are you really going in that situation? You have to play something like this, no? I capture. I got a long journey home. Okay. Here, check. I step over. Here. Okay, we don't love it. We can take here. Here, here, here. Ah, what do I do? Take, check, here. He jumps in. I step back. He wins this. I win this. 24 seconds. Here, here. This, I step back. He wins this. I win this. He hits me with this fork. I step up. He wins this. I attack this. He could attack this. I grab here. That defends this. Okay, he wants to play that. I've at least escaped from that fork. He's got this, this, this. I'm back to defend this. He jumps up here. He's got this, this. He jumps up here. I push. He jumps over. Completely equal. But now I have 9 seconds and he has 3 minutes. I hate chess. Gosh darn it. Okay, he goes for this. We're just committing. You go for this. I'm making a pass pawn. That is the whole idea here. He takes. I push. You take, take. I'm ready to run. Don't have time to calculate it. Push here. We run. Oh my god, I got 1 second. Okay. This is tense. I think I can just push at some point, right? Here, here. No, if he does this, I take. If he goes here, here. We step forward. No checks. 5 seconds. Ready to push. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. 5 seconds. Here, here. How are you stopping this pawn, bro? I can almost pre-move that, correct? I mean, this is going to be my next move. I'm so scared. This. This, this. Comes back, I push. He runs over. I make the queen. Doesn't have this. Where are you trying to go with that knight, bro? I got 6 seconds. 1 square away. How are you defending this? You got a 2-on-1, but like I said, our kings are on this side of the board. He can try and flag me. It's been a while since I've played a game of bullet, so he could try and flag me. There's a chance. Okay, we're doing this. We're just going to make some moves. We traded the knights. I've got 9 seconds now. Take this with check. He steps over here. We give a check. We go here to attack this. We step over. He's got this. Here. What are you going to do? Push forward? Okay, we take this. Step forward. Go here. We grab this. We're going back. 17 seconds. We take a deep breath. We go here. Check. Take the pawn. Whatever you do, I am going to get you in the end of this. The reason that I'm playing like this is to get rid of this pawn. I don't need another queen. It's easier to just get rid of everything at the end of the game. And so, like, Right now, in this position, we've got some pawns. I feel much better about checkmating in low time when we just get rid of everything. He's got like a check that we'd 2 checks that we'd have to deal with. So we were able to do it. Now, the question is, should I do an analysis? Should I do an analysis? Let's do a very quick one. Very, very quick. Boom. And I could probably change my scene collection. We're going to do this in like under 2 minutes. Push through it. Did we request the computer analysis? Holy crap. 98% accurate. I am a genius. I played a perfect game of chess. 6 average centipawn loss. Holy smokes. That might have been the cleanest game of chess that I've ever played in my life. Okay. I was not confident about it. I definitely played all those moves like I'm not sure. But we crushed it. We crushed it. Holy crap. We're going to do this real quick. And I guess everything that I explained made perfect sense because I won the game and played 98% accurate. Okay, so this is all just mainline computer stuff. Pushing this pawn, whatever, it stays equal. I mean, pushing this pawn is just too weakening. I'm not playing like that. We develop, castle, trade. Knight to the middle, we trade equal. We trade equal. The reason I play like this is, like I said, you get to the end game, and that is where the game is won and lost. All of this stuff did not make really all that much of a difference. Like, we're on move 20. Nothing exciting has happened. Trade. And this is where it starts getting fancy. Jumping forward with the check is slightly better. Whatever, I like this. Bring the king. Jump over here. Step up. Oh, my God. Best move. Okay, best move. He steps in, I step up. My original idea was check, somewhere, take. None of that made any sense because this was covered. So I calculated it wrong, but I was able to get, a little bit of compensation by playing this. We're applying pressure to this pawn and this pawn. So even once I get here, if he captures, I can always just capture back, and I'm not going to straight up lose a pawn. Best move. Best move. Best move. Second best move. I'm up a clean pawn. I guess this is going to be a problem one way or another. So capturing this makes sense because I'm still going to be able to grab this. If I capture here, he can push, and I'm not going to grab it. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Like, if I grab this one, this is still an issue. Like, if he tries to defend, I just come back with this fork. Okay. That was my blunder of the game. I was like, which one is more important? I liked grabbing this one because it just seemed like this was still going to be there. But I'll explain it one more time very quickly. If I take this one, he has to defend this, but I can just come back and I'm going to get it. If I take this one, he can push forward, and then all of a sudden I need to switch my eyes on getting this pawn, which is harder to do. So wrong move, he pushes forward, we push forward, we step over. Best move. I realize I'm losing this pawn, but I've got a 3-on-2. Like I had mentioned, he's got a 3-on-2, but it is not as good as mine because the kings are here. So at some point, like, my king can stop your last pawn. Does that make sense? So, like, nobody's over here to deal with this. The knight is over here and the king is over here. So my 3-on-2 is much more effective because I can push, make this pass pawn, and then all of a sudden, it's still a draw. How is he supposed to stop this? He played the wrong move. This. You block. We go here. You lock it down like that. Okay, so that sucks, and I'm still probably going to win this. Because I'm going to figure out how to get in. I can get this fork. I'm going to figure this out. 3-on-1, but I got my king and my knight. You're stuck over here. And if you make 2 moves, I make a queen. So basically, your king has to go all the way over here. Actually getting a draw from this position for our opponent, that would be very difficult. That would be very, very difficult. So the computer says right here that it's equal. I disagree. That was going to be very hard to play. And then we just... You know what I mean? We just push. We get the queen. We give a check. We give a check. We take. And then I just was in low time here. So something you want to do when you're in super low time is, like, give the checks. This is a forcible way to trade the knights. A forcing way to trade the knights. And then I just gave some checks. We're making just some moves to gain time. I do have a little bit of increment. We get in here and then just make things simple. Get behind the pass pawn. If he blocks it, just give it away. If he doesn't block it, cool, you make a queen or a rook. If he blocks it, you give it away. And if he does not take it, it's turning into a queen. with check. So like say he tries to like run here, then I just make a queen and it's with check. So that was amazing. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed hanging out with me, please subscribe. I'm on a mission to actually grow this channel. And so I was traveling for like 25 days. I didn't even talk about my trip or anything. I just got back from Thailand. That's why I look homeless. I didn't shave for a month. So please subscribe. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you so much. Bye, and get out of here. Oh, hello, and welcome back, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is absolutely destroying our opponent here with the Caro-Kann. And so we have the Caro-Kann on the board. My favorite, most known opening. We have the advanced variation. What will we see? We see the cheeky pawn move here. And it's a 6-minute game of chess with 3-second increments. So I'm going to explain far more about this in the end. But you got to push the pawn 2 squares, okay? You push the pawn 2 squares, you make the pyramid, we go for the pawn push. And that's the most trying move right there. You know what? I don't actually know what to play here. So we're just going to throw in this check. I'm fairly certain that it's going to be okay. Okay. And then, what do we play here? I'm always afraid of this. We pin the knight. That's what we do in this position. We pin the knight. We go for this. That's what we do. I hope. I sure hope I know what I'm talking about. And so, this variation, I don't know everything. But what we're generally trying to do here is bring my knights. That is the game plan. So we're going to bring the knight. If this happens, we're going to wiggle all the way back, maybe to this square. The queen can generally come out to here, but not right now because we don't want to trap my bishop. Okay? So we got to figure out what we're doing with this bishop first. And I think this pin is just dreadful. And so I can step up. If he traps me, I trade. So we're not going to go for it. Oh, did I just walk straight into this? Come on, bro. I need to get better at chess. I literally just walked right into this. Then I step over. Then he attacks. Yikes. Yikes. Ooh. This check is going to be terrifying when he gets my bishop. So I think I might have to play something like this. Not to mention, we were trying to figure out what to do with this bishop. I think that was a terrible move by our opponent right there. I think that was a terrible move. I'm going to take with the bishop because we're covering this. But once this knight moves, this pawn is hanging if this bishop is still in the way of the queen. So this pawn is defended by this knight, which is actually a weird configuration. So he should probably just move the bishop maybe. Yeah, moving the bishop would probably make the most amount of sense. Because once I kick this knight, if he jumps in, I'm winning a pawn like this. Okay. Dude is just terrific at chess. What a bummer for us. We have to kick this knight out. We cannot let this knight hang out, harassing my side of the board. So we are literally just going to kick the knight out. And the knight's going to go back. And I think I survived. I'm okay with giving up my bishop. He can jump in. If we take, he has this check. It's about time we castle, don't you say? It's about time we castle. And we're up a pawn. We will move my least active piece, the last piece that I have not moved. So now it is in the action. Pushing this forward seems a little bit risque, and I don't really want this knight to move, so we are just going to play this. If he plays here... Not really sure what I want to do about that. Maybe I should have thought about my move for just a second longer. Oh, if he pushes, I take. If he takes, I take. He comes in. That's scary. Really, without any hesitation, I think we're going to just take this. Right? Now this pawn is hanging, so... I think I'll survive. Pawn is defended. He can play something like this. He can get active. This knight is very scary. Okay. I'm thinking we are really worried about the queen coming in, so something like this might be in the cards. So I think we play this. Then we're threatening this pawn. Is this stupid? Active with the queen. We're up. That prevents this because of the rook. We're attacking this, then we're attacking the knight. We're preventing ideas of this. This would work. But we can just step back. But then he's got these ideas, which get scary. Okay, so he steps back. What I believe is going to be really beneficial for me. We don't want his knight coming in. But what we're going to do is just aim to trade off the pieces. This is the open file, and I intend to fight over it. And if he does not capture, then I'm putting my rook on this square. And then if he captures, I got to pass pawn. So quick calculation, that is the game plan. He wants to do the same exact thing as me. I think I jump forward and I'm attacking this pawn. This is a little bit scary as well. Is giving him a passed pawn, like take. I think jumping in is going to be okay. He doubles up. That really forces my hand on that one. I can go here. We really don't like this position. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do. I think I just give him the passed pawn. This is going to be a headache to deal with. Do I step forward? He steps over. Then I step over. No, if I play this, he jumps in with the knight. This square is a little bit of a cause for alarm. Pushing this hangs this pawn with check. Jumping in attacks this, but then my knight is like far. I can pin the knight, and if he jumps in, I take the queen. So this move might make a fair bit of sense. And I'm not sure... Ooh. Not convinced that was a great move. His knight can definitely get in. And that's just scary for all sorts of different reasons. But I'm up a pawn. If he lets me get up 2 pawns, then I don't care about him having the passed pawn. I'll be able to do something about it. So if he doubles, I take. He comes in, but then I take your pawn. Or I take your pawn in the middle, and that's... No. He would capture back with this pawn. Then it's safe. But then my knight's over here. Take. Then he pushes. So I can just take. The knight's coming in. I take this pawn. We just trade the queens. I'm up a pawn, right? We take here. The knight comes in. I take this. Then what's this knight trying to do? Jump in like this. Then I take. He takes. I'm not convinced. Did he really calculate everything there? He can get in. Like, if he doubles, I can grab this, and then I'm just up 2 pawns. And if he doubles, I can take this. I think I'm just going to go for this, right? Or we go like this. And then we come back. Here. I come back. If you push, I block like this. You take. We're going for this pawn. You double, and I take. I think we're going to be chilling. 2 pawns is a lot of pawns. My knight on the side of the board sucks. Make no mistake about it. Okay. For one, I think I have this first. This is actually kind of scary. So I have to step over here. Then take. So we might want to just get rid of this rook first. Then he has the passed pawn. That's actually really easy to defend. If I play this check and I step up, this check is almost definitely coming. Need to bring the knight back. This is where we want my knight. That is what we're trying to do here. He also just has... one step closer with the knight. I think that makes a fair bit of sense. No? Sure hope I'm not hanging anything. And I'm really trying to go like this. Because if we trade down and you're up a pawn, it's a draw. But if I'm up 2 pawns, I just don't see a way that you can win. We step in and jump in like this. Boom, boom, boom. I also have a tempo winning move on this rook. Then he doubles, but then I slide in like this. He takes, 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 takes. $56. We got 3-second increment. Don't worry. I play a lot of bullet. I got this under control. We are in a rook and pawn endgame where I'm terrified. We don't want him to win this pawn. We jump in, we're attacking this. Like, what are you going to do? Push? I think I just take. And I'm not 100% sure, like, you take. You don't want to give me a passed pawn. But now I'm not convinced. I will just take, and bring the king. And at that point, I know that I'm winning. We take. You get a passed pawn. Potentially, so do I. Okay, so he doesn't want to give me a passed pawn. Do we want to trade that knight? I can question the knight. I can step forward. Step forward. We step forward. The idea is to kick this knight out and make him take. $35. I need to play faster. Okay? We're going to go. You take with something. I'm just going to take this. You can get behind it, but I go here, here, here. Defended. Yes. I push this. And it pries apart. We're going to just pry apart this position. One tiny step forward at a time. Because we need this king getting in. We're going to take like this. That breaks the pawns. We step forward like this because the king wants to get in like this. So yes, you can kind of stop me. But I'm fairly certain you run out of moves before I do. I step forward. Like, what are you even trying to accomplish with that? I'm coming in to kiss, like, give your little pawn a kiss, my friend. Held. Like, yes, you can touch. My rook is uber passive. I can create a passed pawn over here. I can step forward, and if he defends it, let's do that and just kind of get his rook to step back. He's gonna repeat, obviously. Oh, he gives me a check. Activity. We're threatening the rook. The rook's got to do something. You got to stay on this file. I think I pushed this. We push this. Now I'm going to make a pass pawn over here. Outside pass pawn, my friend. You can play this, but I'm literally just going to invest in my pass pawn with my king. Good luck stopping me. You run this way. I step in for this pawn. We use this as a decoy. There's probably a million different ways to win this. You guys, I probably missed some stuff at this point, but the idea was to have an attacking game. Was that an attacking game of chess? I don't know. This is just how I play chess. We just, play chill, grab some pawns, and win in an endgame. Now, to be fair, my last two opponents have both been under 1900, like 1880, and I only really play casual because every time I play, I record a video, and I just don't want to face cheaters, and people don't cheat in casual. So, fun fact: a tip for you. I have this, right? You step up, I step up. That's scary. This rook is annoying. I probably just give up something at some point. I step forward, right? I don't think that's going to work. He can just check me into oblivion. Okay, we're coming back. We are coming back. We will push this pawn one square at a time. This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous position. I have 2 outside passed pawns. That took away this. I can sacrifice this, right? At some point I can. And your king can't really come help because I will probably just grab this. It's not so clear. I just don't want to hang anything. I can push this. Let's do another round of shuffling to gain some time. That could be scary. But really what we're doing is we're shuffling these moves. Here. Okay. Now, officially, I cannot repeat the position again. I think we push this. I'm not sure, bro. We step here to touch this. Yes, he can get this. I'm so just confused right now. What if we just put my... What if we completely change the plan and we bring my king back to block this? Does he have a way of attacking? Okay, we cover. Yes, he can push this. He pushes, I take. If he goes here... Bro, are you kidding me? I hate chess. Now I lose this. We step forward. Bro. Absolutely unbelievable, this game of chess. Oh my goodness. If I throw this away, I'm going to be so upset. We go here. He covers. I step in and I grab this. You have to play this. I step here. You step here. We touch this. We're going to sacrifice this pawn to grab this pawn. Right? And then we focus on this 2-on-1 situation in the middle of the board. We play this. Here. He's going to give me a check. I'm going to have to step up. This is not super fun. We step here. We give a check. We're going to go here. If he attacks this pawn, we step back. And I'm really threatening this now. Now I'm just absolutely winning. Absolutely winning. We'll go ahead and give him some time because I'm confident. We're going to take this. If this happens, we're just putting it on a square. Here. Here, here, here. Are you kidding me? He's blockading me, bro. Now he's going for this. I shouldn't have given him time. I should really just... I don't even know what I'm trying to accomplish. He can attack my pawn. This is ridiculous. How long have we been in this endgame? I don't know what I'm doing. We're going this way, bro. What if I bring... I think I need my king. You can't take. You can't take, bro. My pawn will run. We step back. Still defended. Jesus. I'm trying to come this way, bro. This is what we want. This, and we're chilling. We're trying to come up to go here. Push. I push, right? No, I don't. Oh my god, I gotta step back. This is not a draw. I know it is not a draw. I think I gotta start giving checks. I haven't given a check in a while. Let's try that out. He's gonna hit me with the 50 move nonsense. He loses on time. I'm embarrassed at that endgame. I think, you know, we probably made close to 50 moves at that point where nothing had happened. I did not know how to win that endgame. Trying to bring the king here didn't work. I just kept getting checked into oblivion. I need to figure, like, check, forces him back. I threaten a rook trade. I don't know. I went about that the completely wrong way. Look at all of these moves. We're up. I need to look at this with the computer. You guys need to look at this computer with me. That was harder than it looks, okay? I know you guys are screaming at me like, oh, bro, but that was harder than it looks, and I'm not that smart. So, let's see how I was actually supposed to win that. And getting to this point, I mean, I think was pretty solid. Not knowing how to convert this is embarrassing, but getting to this point, I think was pretty solid. So let's check it with the computer, and I will see you over there. And here we are in the analysis. And if you notice, I am wearing a robe because I went on a date with a Vietnamese girl, and I ordered the wrong thing. So I ordered this special all you can eat. So it ended up being $75 each. And the total bill was $190. And I got a little at the end. So is that what I wanted? The answer is no. But now I have time to show you the game in its full entirety, okay? So I have analyzed this, and I have recorded 2 different videos trying to explain this and the best parts, and the end game was literally just beyond me. There was a few tactics, and we're going to fly through this opening real quick. We're playing the Caro-Kann advanced variation. When you see this, all you got to know is push the pawn 2 squares. I'm going to show you this real quick. If you don't push the pawn 2 squares, and you push this forward, boom, 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 boom. Your bishop is trapped, okay? You got to give it up for something, and it sucks. Okay. If you play the pawn 1 square, you get boom, boom, boom. You can either go here and get forced back here, or you can go back here all by yourself. Going back all by yourself is better, but we're not going to ever do this because you're going to push the pawn 2 squares. Then he pushes forward, you defend with the queen or bring the knight, and either way he's capturing, and this happens, and you have essentially a really bad position, okay? A really bad position. So all of that can and will happen if you do anything else other than push this pawn 2 squares. So some people say you need to like understand the meanings behind moves in the opening. I don't think it's true. Just push it 2 squares. Everything else that I explained will never happen to you. Push the pawn 2 squares. That's all you got to know. You don't need to know what's going to happen if you pushed it 1 or you don't push it at all. You're never going to find out because I tested it and tried it for you and lost many games to those other variations, and it's not going to happen to you because you watched this video. And so boom, boom, boom. This is what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to be pinning the knight. It's okay. Now I know the idea. We pin the knight. He captures. I capture back. That check would have been fine. We develop a knight. And this pawn in the middle of the board is simply hanging. Okay? I can just grab it. This is pinned to the queen, so you're not going to capture back and lose your queen. And the discovery check doesn't work because that square is defended by the knight that took the pawn. It goes boom, boom. Okay? And if he jumps in with the knight, I can attack the queen. You capture back. Then I step all the way back. Okay, whatever. Either way, I'm winning a pawn. Long story short, I'm winning this pawn. This pawn is hanging. Okay? We scoot around. Boom, boom. And I question this knight. And in this situation, he jumps forward. Now, what you don't want to do is trade a bishop for a knight. What you almost always want to do is trade a bishop for a knight and a pawn. Now, if it is a central pawn, specifically this is the most annoying pawn that he has in the position, and we get rid of it. So yes, I lost the light square bishop, but I got a knight and a pawn. And not only that, he doesn't have a dark square bishop. So losing my dark square bishop doesn't even suck that bad, okay? So we are chilling. We're up a pawn. We're making some moves. And right now, this pawn is hanging tactically for the second time. We can take. If he takes here, We take here a deflection to move the queen away from attacking the knight. We take back on the bishop, and if he attacks the knight, you know, there's a lot of different things we can do, but the simplest is like just come back, and we lose the pawn, but we're chilling, okay? I miss it. I trade off equally, and I'm still winning because I'm up that pawn. And so now if you see the evaluation is like -1, that's because I have a pawn. Tactically hanging for the third time, right? Third time. I can take the pawn because this rook was never actually defending that pawn or attacking my knight, because if he ever takes the knight, I'm just going to take your rook with check, and that sucks. So you can't even do it. So tactically, the knight is hanging again. Do I see it? No. Instead, I move my queen closer. He's got this tactic where all this can happen. Neither of us saw it, so we don't really need to talk about it, okay? We step forward, he steps back. Yet again, he moves a defender of this pawn. But lo and behold, it is literally hanging again because now my queen is on this square. So I can take it again if the knight takes. Boom. And, I mean, for one, it's going through here. So the best move is to really just step back, but then we just trade off equally. Then I grab the pawn. I could plug the open file. Whatever. It's all winning. So was that the fourth time that pawn was hanging? It was the fourth time. 4 times, tactically, this pawn was hanging in the position. 4 times in one game. Each tactic was different, and I missed every single one of them. So that is just not the sign of a strong chess player. So we trade off the queens. We grab a pawn on the side of the board, and then first tactic for our opponent to find. We step here. Now, the simple idea of this is a good square for my knight, and you trading knights gives me a pass pawn, and me trading knights simply means that you're just losing more because I'm winning. Now, unfortunately, he has this move. Jumping in, defended by the rook, threatening a fork of all my everything. So the best move is to really just step up, but then he just grabs my rook. So by the way, it's just attacking my rook. So if he jumps in, it doesn't matter which way I go, if I go here or if I go here to defend this square from the knight fork. Well, let's just go here. He jumps in with the fork anyway. I take, but that moved my rook up to undefend the other rook. The same tactic that I had on him earlier. Bada boom, bada bing. He missed it. Okay. 5 minutes. All right, let's just skip forward a little bit. We trade some knights, we trade some pawns, and I know in this position I am completely, absolutely winning. So we push this pawn to get my king in. Cool. He doesn't want to take and let my king get in. We're just going to take and separate your pawns. His pawns are now separated. He has 3 pawn islands against my 3 pawn islands, but 2 of my 3 pawn islands are 2 pawns. Okay, we push this forward so I have a square for my king so I can get into the position. If I can get my king here, I'm attacking this pawn. That is the idea. Boom, boom, boom. We get in. Then I figure, let's step forward with my king. Step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's step back with the king. Then I figure, let's step forward with the king. Then I figure, let's push a pawn, because that is the best move, because we're making a pass pawn, and then I have 2 outside pass pawns ready to turn into queens. Should be an easy way, should be an easy road to victory, right? No. The answer is no. Now, what I did here is I did a little bit of time farming. Shuffling the king back and forth. Time farming. It's a real chess term, but it's something you can actually do. And so essentially the idea here is to get checked a few times just so I can gain some time on the increment. So I could have gone all the way up, but I guess I got scared of like my king getting stranded and cut all the way off. So I didn't do that. Not this time. But I go up 1 square just to get checked, to step back, to get checked, to then make the move that I was originally normally going to play. Cool. And I gained a little bit of time from doing all of that. Now, in this situation, I do the same exact thing. We step up, we get hit, and instead of stepping back, this is the best move and the move that I want to play in the position, but instead we go boom, 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 boom. And that's a lot of moves that if are played quickly, look, I got 17 seconds, boom, 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 boom. Then I play the original move that I meant to play, but now I have 25 seconds when I make that move instead of 17, okay? Now, we start pushing the pass pawn. Let's just get into this. We're scooting around, and I blunder. I blunder it away to a draw because both of my pawns are undefended on this rank. So I push forward, and my rook isn't actually defending this pawn because he can just take it, and I can't take the rook. The rook's not actually hanging because, well, it is, but then he just makes the queen. So my rook needs to stay on the back rank. I can't go up taking things. So long story short, this happens. He makes a queen, okay? So I have to go back and defend, which I do promptly. And what he needed to realize is to grab this pawn and lose this pawn, and this position is holdable. This position, boom, 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 everything like that is holdable. which is impossible for a 1900 rated chess player to know. So instead, he defends his asset. This pawn is his asset, and I can understand him not wanting to give it up. Plus, with 40 seconds, I've got 7 seconds. But now I step forward and I defend my asset. So now you've got an asset and I've got an asset, but at the end of it all, I have 1 extra pawn. Yes. Yes. Okay. So we start pushing the passed pawn. We're doing a shuffle, and literally, I cannot explain to you how stupid I am. In this situation, he literally showed me how the tactic worked. I pushed my pawn forward, and he just took it, and I wasn't able to take the rook because he would promote to a queen. This is literally the same tactic. I take the pawn, and you can't take the rook because I make a queen. I got confused because it's on the other side of the board, and I'm the one doing it, and it's not being done to me, but I am so bad at chess. He literally showed me how the tactic worked. I understood it, and I saw it, and then I have the position to do it right back to him, and I don't. So I don't know how many games of chess I need to play to not make stupid moves like this, but I can straight up just grab this pawn because this rook is not defending it because he needs to stay on the back rank just like my rook was. Instead, I hang the queen. Okay? I'm still doing okay. All right? I'm still up a pawn. So I'm still up a pawn, so I'm still doing okay. So it's a draw, but I'm the one fighting for a dub. Okay? Now, I'm trying to figure out how to position my pieces. We're getting checked, but I grab this pawn. And now, I step forward, I step over, and I challenge you. I'm going to tell you what I did. I took this and I played against Stockfish on the highest level. No, I ran through this exact position with the computer so the computer could show me the best way and the best idea of how to win this position. I did that 2 or 3 times, and then I played the computer 2 or 3 times. Literally, I got a draw every single time. So this is harder to play than you would think. It's harder to play than you would think. 1 pawn is pretty much always a draw. 2 pawns with the king blockading them is also a draw. So you can throw it away to a draw pretty easily. Like I did just there. It's all zeros. But neither of us know that. And so we got to make some moves. I'm not giving up because I got 2 extra pawns. So essentially I can just keep making moves till I lose the 2 pawns. And that's when I'll give up. I'll still, even if I got 1 pawn, I'll still keep going because I'm the one it's a draw, but I'm the one that could potentially win if one of us blunders. So we're shuffling around. And I challenge you to try and find like the way to win this. Okay? I'm trying to figure out what to do with this king. We step up. We're stepping around. I'm coming over here. And why is this move throwing it away to a loss? Boom. He's coming in. 2 attackers on my weakness. It forces this move. It seems like the right idea to me, right? I mean, you're literally as active as you can possibly be. You're cutting the king off. You're tucking the pawn. Seems like the right move. It throws it away to a loss. So the reason for that is maybe I can run up this way and support this. I forget. We cover. And here, I think I need to step up. Actually, no, stepping back is fine, but stepping up is also fine. So stepping up and just giving this up, you can't actually take it. So like if I step up and you take, I just take. And so I think I realized that at some point. No, I didn't. No, I didn't. This is where he lost on time. And I made that pawn capture on move 75, and now it is move 94. So essentially, I have 30 more moves to figure out how to win this endgame. And I got to let you know, I don't think that I have it in me. The right idea is to give this check, okay? And then if the king steps up, you step in, you can give another check, and you slowly but surely you start pushing the pawns. Played perfectly, I think it takes far more than 30 moves because you've got a rook and you can just give a million checks. And definitely a human can throw in some extra checks that aren't actually the best moves, but you can just throw in some checks to waste some time and make more moves to get towards the 50 move rule. That was 12 minutes of analysis. I can't believe I didn't get this like an actual win, but I challenge you. Take this position. Boom, boom, boom. Take this position right here. White plays this, and then it's your move as black. Play against Stockfish, and if you can win this, I'm proud of you. Kudos to you, because I just couldn't do it, and I even watched how to do it with the computer. And so we could run through it, but I don't want to waste any more of your time. And I think it's too complicated for me to really explain. But long story short, what you do is at some point you give a check. And if the king goes this way, you step in somehow, and you give a check supporting this pawn push in a way where he's not going to take this pawn. It's hard to do. It's hard to do. Please subscribe. I hope that convinced you that I'm the best chess player to watch on YouTube. So thank you so much for watching my video. It's been a pleasure playing for you. And wish me luck in this date. I've been shooting some shots recently. So we'll see what's happening. All right. I'll see you guys next time. Thank you so much, and get out of here. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another 10-minute game of chess. Today we are on chess.com, which I have not been on for about a week. And To my disbelief, they have run ads on the side of the screen right here where my face is. Disney Snow White only in theaters March 21st. Like, bro, are you kidding me? You want me to pay or you're going to hit me with ads? That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. The only reason that I play on chess.com is because people will be like, oh, what's your chess rating? All right, so we're going to do my custom opening. I've explained this in other videos, but I do this when you don't actually know what's going on. So I am just going to do this. When the queen comes out, sometimes it's good to just confront it. So he'll pretty much push this pawn. Probably I'll develop my knights and castle. And ultimately this open A file in the endgame might be a good thing for me. So we're going to move this knight first because I want a castle. If he pushes, I'm just going to push. So we're going to castle. Wait a minute. Excuse me. This open A file just showed its value. I almost blundered that away. And now we're up a piece. So now I'm going to show you how to convert a winning position. But what I was saying is I pretty much just play on Lead Chess. The only reason that I play on chess.com is because sometimes we'll be like, oh, what's your chess rating? And then you have to tell them two different ratings. You're like, oh, I'm 1809 on chess.com. So I think we can just pressure this pawn over here, correct? Like, what if we just come over here? Because I'm already up a piece. But if I'm up a piece and a handful of pawns, then essentially we're just going to smoke this guy. This pawn is defended a lot of different ways. He could push, yes, but I think we're going to just attack. I don't think I care about all that. We slide in, we attack the horsey. The horsey's got to go somewhere. He doesn't have that many great options. So we are going to take that. We're going to confront this bishop. Okay. He can now bring the knight forward. Potentially, I force that idea by attacking two different pawns, is what's going on here. So if he doesn't trade, I'll grab another pawn. And, okay. Oof, if I go here, he kind of pins me. Maybe I didn't think about that in the best way, but we will just trade off this guy. So he defended the pawns tactically, but the original idea still stands. So what's going on here is if I take, he's going to hit my knight, and then I have to defend like this, which seems like it sucks. So I think what makes more sense is jumping in and attacking this pawn. This is like a little bit faster. He can defend it, but then I get in the way. So he'll have to defend it like this. And I also have this check. So like, check. Wherever he goes, if he goes to the corner, that sucks. If he goes forward, there's a discovery. This isn't going to work. But my knight is just going to be unstoppable on this square, looking at way too many different things in the position. Ultimately, what I need to do to win this endgame right now is win that pawn, and go ahead and make a queen, and then we're just going to win. And this position sucks for our opponent. There is nothing good he can do. Okay, he just resigns. How long was that? 4 minutes? That was an appetizer game. Let's just hop right on into another one. Look at all these ads running, bro. Did you see that? Snow White, you're crazy. Today we're facing a dude from Egypt, and we're going to get the bishops opening. So let's just hop right on into it. Okay, very principled. He goes ahead and pushes a pawn. Pushes another pawn. We're going to get some pieces developed. He has made 3 pawn moves, and I have essentially moved 3 pieces. Okay, so he has made way too many pawn moves. It makes me believe that I smash on open in the center. So we're just not even going to think about it, and we're going to go with it. And you can do things like that when you've played a lot of chess and you just know your chess principles. And so I'm pretty much ready to castle. I think we're going to just take, right? He takes back. Now, what I want to do is step forward. But I might want to castle first. Unfortunately, this pawn is really ruining my day. I can do something like this. All right, we're going to make a weak pawn move as well. I don't think there's a direct way for me to attack. Maybe we're going to find something better in the analysis, but we're just going to castle. We got a more or less equal position. I got a lead on development, and he still has not castled. So we'd love to be able to maybe move this knight somehow, don't know where, and then push this pawn. Would be real nice. I mean, but we got to develop a piece, so we're going to develop this bishop. And so one other thing is this guy is got a picture of like a little girl. You see that? So many pawn moves, bro. How many pawn moves are you really going to make in this game? I really want to push this pawn. That is like what I need to do. Smash open the center more. Potentially scoot my queen up. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. He's like slowly catching up in development. That is for sure. We're just going to bring a rook to the open file. And maybe I scoot back like this and try and break like that. But now he's like one step away from castling. He steps back with the knight. Something smells fishy, my friend. Something smells fishy indeed. Nobody plays chess like that. Nobody. That is such, like, that is a ridiculous move. That is a ridiculous move. I feel like a human plays this and attacks the bishop and gets ready to like defend the center and so we might absolutely just get steamrolled by Stockfish. But it is, you know what I mean? I make chess videos, so that's what I sign up for. It's going to happen every once in a while. We're going to do this so I have a place to put my bishop. We potentially just trade the bishop off. Cool. If he comes forward, we trade that off. That hung this pawn in the center. Yes, it did. Hung the pawn in the center. Essentially, he can jump forward. Like, he can jump forward and take this pawn, then he's attacking this. But I could jump in and attack the queen. So we're going to do that. If he jumps forward, if he does a little skadoosh, okay, so he doesn't even care about the pawn in the center. It is what it is. Potentially, I defend my pawn now. We will defend this pawn. I mean, it was already defended by my knight, but there was some other ideas. So now this isn't going to work as well because I can like bail out. And then still the idea of bringing my rook to his 7th rank will work temporarily. And he doesn't have really any squares for his queen. He'd have to scoot back. So if we do see this, I jump and attack the queen. Queen goes here. Maybe then I take. Then he takes. Okay. So he wants to just trade this stuff off. But I'm up a pawn. So I'm not sure if everything that I was saying made sense. I think we're going to trade one rook. Just get rid of one rook for good measure. I could potentially even step back this way and then kind of force a trade. And I think actually having this pawn here is not a terrible idea, actually. I'll have like a super... My pawns will be doing the structuring over here. Step back like this. I'm going to allow that. Not super worried about it. We're then soon going to fight for this open file. And oh boy, these advertisements on the screen are really just... Now they got a remove the ads advertisement. Like, that's the worst type of advertisement that you could possibly give. It's like, pay money to get rid of this. He could jump to the center now, hitting my queen, doing a lot of funky business. That's for sure. I think we're going to slide my rook over. He's got some ideas. He's got some ideas. Also, he can ruin my pawn structure. But I think we're going to just get rid of the rook. I mean, you got to take it with something. If you take it with the knight, you're moving back. We'll go ahead and take here. This pawn is sort of hanging. Okay. So he wants to just go ahead and be like that. We're going to centralize my queen, where I'm up a pawn and I have a bishop versus a knight in the endgame, where I have 6 minutes. So I could just take. He then steps back. These pawns over here really, really suck. And this is my extra pawn, essentially. So maybe we go boom, boom, break. If he takes, I take. He defends. I bring my king this way. I think we're going to do it. I think that I'm going to be able to just slowly advance forward. This totally ruins my pawn structure. I should have probably pushed this, then pushed there. Then if takes, then I have a little wall of pawns. We're going to take. He's got to take with something. Okay. This is now my passed pawn. This pawn is like a very difficult to defend pawn. So we're going to step forward. Everything is held. If he comes forward, I just take him. And the new idea might be boom, 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 something like that. So I think we're going to step this way. Probably he brings the king. This is going to be complicated. Make no mistake about it. I like this. He hits me with a check. It opens up this, right? I step back. Does either way really matter? I think it's probably interchangeable. I guess this one is more flexible. I'm deciding to come back over here and protect stuff like that. Because he could, like, I don't exactly know how to explain it, but he could essentially get his knight here with a check and take this pawn. We don't want that happening. So we're just going to we're going to be versatile. He then pushes, okay. If I scoot forward, he hits me with a check. I step in and touch the knight. We're just going to do this. This is a passed pawn. He's going to hit me with this check. Or not. I think we're going to take away that square from the knight. He wants to do some business like that. Here. Like, I'm not really winning by all that much. If he takes, then I'm for sure winning. This, I don't think. What I really need to do is get rid of some of these pawns because they're doing too many. Like my king can't even get into the position because all these pawns and pieces. His knight attacking these squares. Potentially his king could move forward, and it would be hard to get in. My friend from Egypt making it difficult. I can push this pawn forward. That is the new idea. Push this pawn forward. If he goes here, I step in. I think this is what we're going to go for. I'm trying to make a little tiny entrance with my king is what we're doing. These endgames are tricky. I would say these are the hardest part about all of chess. We go here, and we are in the weirdest sense of like opposition. Opposition with a pawn and a knight in between us. Right now, he's got no checks. If he captures, I get another passed pawn. If he does nothing about all of this, like if he pushes, I think that I step in. Ooh. Do a little step in. Then it's checking. Will this make a pass pawn? Hold up a gosh darn second. I think I can maybe attack it first. And if push, take, take, take. So maybe I attack it first. Because if he does just push, and I take, what am I talking about? Here, I have to take with this one. He takes with this one. I think we'd be good. So I think I'm going to bring my king. Like so. If he takes here, I'm not actually so convinced. We attack this. If he pushes, we take. Okay, we're going to do it. 3 minutes on the clock. Just trying to attack some stuff. Okay. Officially, maybe I go like, what do I do? I think my bishop is actually doing quite a good job. I think we're going to go back. He does have this check, but then I scoot on over. And right now my bishop is kind of being like a pawn. I'm not sure which way I was supposed to go. Was I supposed to try and sneak in this way, or was I supposed to try and sneak in this way? I don't actually know because I have doubled pawns everywhere. So like I'm up a pawn, and it's this passed pawn, but it's blockaded by this knight, and I don't have anything to get rid of the knight. And like, I can't really get into the position. Okay, wait up a second. If I take with the pawn, he just pushes. And if I take, so I'm just going to... I'm going to take here. He's going to step in. I think we're going to be all right. Like, am I going to get oppositioned? Because then I can jump in. And he just takes, and then I take. He comes in, then I take, and then I'm just winning that endgame. Yeah. Or I could do this. So if I push, he can step next to it, and I can't get any closer. My king is my only active piece, so we're trying to wiggle around and get the red carpet going, is what we're doing. We are fully investing in this. And if he pushes, I take. So I just have enough. I'm lucky that I have this. So he wants to take. But I think you need to be worried about my pawn. So like I push forward. If he doesn't go to chase it, like if he just pushes, then I get one square away. So I will go here. We stay here. He's got to make a move. At some point, he will get... What am I trying to do? We give this check. He scoots over. But now his king is just too far away. So I think I just step in and grab these guys. Oh my goodness. This is the craziest game of opposition I've ever seen. We then step forward and we get a new passed pawn. Unfortunately, I think we're going to do this. Probably I just have to give this check. And how do I win this? Let's just push. I could essentially... Now it's pinned. I could probably bring my king. He pushes. We go here. If he steps in, okay, we're just going to take. If he pushes, that's with check. He could resign, essentially. But we're going to push this. Check. Oh, dear Lord. Did I mess this up a bit? Chess is so complicated. I think I'm going to be able to sacrifice my queen for both of these pawns. Give this check. If he steps up, I take this. Here, we're protecting this. We get rid of it. Make a new queen. We don't want him scooting any further. I'm going to step in with my king. Step in with my king. Check. He has to step back to one of these squares. We cut him off this way. And he's got to go to the corner, and we will deliver a checkmate. With 25 seconds on the clock, deep breath, deep breath. My heart is absolutely pounding because I almost threw that away for you guys. But it was quite sensational. So here we go. Kaboom. Checkmate. Deep breath. Deep breath. Now, let's play. Guess the accuracy. We could do a game review in here, but, you know, I don't actually love chess.com and their game review. Plus, I don't think that my streaming setup is actually set up for you guys to see it, so you're not going to see anything. So we're going to bring it over to Lichess. We're going to check the accuracy, guess the accuracy.
Finish off the game, accurately converting your endgame advantage into a win.
Cool. Guess the accuracy. What do I think? Let's run through the game real quick. Is there a way for me to go back? Self-analysis. Okay, let's check this without the computer. That was probably a weird move. All this was good. Centralize the queen. This endgame. I'm going to think like 87% accurate. That's my guess. All right, I'll see you guys over in Lichess. And all right, here we are in the analysis. And let's go ahead. Moment of truth. Computer analysis. 90%. So I was 3% away. 90%. 3 inaccuracies, 1 mistake, 3 blunders. Definitely it was going from the middle game to the end game where we were going back and forth. That's where I was kind of screwing up. Our opponent, 6 inaccuracies, 5 mistakes, 3 blunders, 86%. And let's see real quick, my inaccuracies, kind of important. In the middle game, going into the end game, I had an advantage and I threw it away for no reason. I think I could have been a little bit more accurate in the opening. He made so many slow and weak moves that I should have been pushing forward further. I just didn't see it. We have 1 mistake in the end game that is completely irrelevant. Then we have 3 blunders where I threw it back to a draw. I was actually losing, and then I threw it back to a draw, essentially. So not a straightforward game, 90%, but paved with mistakes, inaccuracies, and blunders. So we get the bishop's opening. Let's turn this computer on, should we? Until we get to a point where I don't know how to explain it. Let's check if this was the best move. I believe it was. I know that just from playing chess. If they play too many pawn moves in the center, what you do is you bust open the position. He brings a queen. Now, a4 is the best move. Never was going to play that. We capture. We make a weak move, but it's actually one of the best computer moves. He develops a knight. I castle. And then here, I was kind of going through like an emotional thing because I knew that his pieces are just... His position is worse than mine. Like, my knights are where they're supposed to be. My bishop is attacking, you know, a decent square. His bishop isn't doing anything. His bishop isn't doing anything. His queen is in front of the king. These guys suck. His pawns suck. I was thinking to myself, like, my position is really good, but I didn't know the way forward. And so another pawn move, and this was, I was really experiencing it here, where like he's getting situated. Still, my position is better, but then he took a step back. I knew this was a bad move. We completely missed taking this pawn in the center, which, okay, I was supposed to push the pawn 2 squares. I could have taken this, and if he takes back, I just make an advancement, and you do something, and I'm just gonna have an attack. Okay, hard to explain why sacrificing the knight there makes a lot of sense. Now we trade, then we grab the pawn. Now the whole pawn in the center makes a snake, and then this is an absolute blunder. The whole reason that I did this was to protect this pawn in the center, but it wasn't that the pawn was undefended. It was that when the knight moves, my knight is undefended. So I needed to just move the knight first. For whatever reason, I felt like, oh, defending the center takes away this discovery on my knight idea. I needed to push it 2 squares, if anything, to defend my knight. But we make a blunder. It is what it is. He blunders right back. We trade off some of our pieces. I know that I'm up a pawn. And this throws it away to a draw. Just because it ruins my pawn structure. And then really ruins my pawn structure, because essentially what we did was I took, and then later on he took here. And then I ended up with all these doubled pawns. And so that made the endgame a little bit harder for me. Okay, makes sense, makes sense. I should have just stepped back to the middle of the board. And let's see. Okay. Okay. Still completely even. Centralize the queens. We trade off the queens. And right here, I felt as if I was doing much better. Like, much better. And maybe it was that confidence that really pulled me through to get the win. Because I felt like he's taking a step back. I have a pawn break. I have the bishop against the knight. And I'm up a pawn. So it just made me think, like, oh, my advantage must be something significant. And are we past all the blunders? We are. No, we're not. This is the last one, I believe. So we take. And I was supposed to just force a passed pawn. Because if he takes here, I just take. And then my bishop is active. Doing real great things, my bishop. The way I did it, my bishop gets locked in jail. Because I can't get past these pawns. And then it's hard to reroute this way. It's even saying rerouting like this is the new idea. So like boom, boom, and then trying to get in here. That would have actually made a lot of sense. I bring the king, don't hate it, and I'm actually losing at this point. I'm actually losing. Is a human actually going to be able to figure out how to beat me? I don't think so. So centralizing the knight absolutely makes sense, but bringing the king would have also made sense. Bring the king, we step back. It's still a draw. We bring the bishop to a more active square. We take away this square from the knight. We bring the king. We push the pawn, make a little getaway for my king, and now I think I have the +1 advantage. We sneak into the position. My king is active, like close to your things, giving your king opposition, aiding in the infiltration of my bishop, and if you take, then I step closer to your pawn. So now my position is absolutely crushing. So we're going for this pawn. We step back. He does take. Correctly, I take with the king, because if you take with the pawn, he can make a passed pawn. You see that? It goes boom, and then I'm just lost because I'm not going to catch him. So I had to take with the king, and maybe this was a little bit sloppy on my part as well. We push the pawn, because what he wants to do is try and figure this out with his king, but I have a passed pawn. He's trying to use his king to create a passed pawn. I already have one, and you need to address that. So I step in. He was supposed to step back here for whatever reason, but whatever. We give him opposition. He's got to go somewhere. Then we kind of pin his king down here, where potentially what I could have done is step over, and he would have to give me a passed pawn. So if he plays this, I take. And then he'd have to even play this. That would have made for a cooler game of chess, to be honest with you. And he's got to push this. And then I got to be careful. We can't give him a draw, so we got to step somewhere. But now I've just got 3 passed pawns. It's completely cooked. I should have seen that. Like, I guess this is also winning. So this is the type of mistake that I'm talking about. It went from mate and 10 to simply +6. So my only problem with that is, man, there were a lot of different types of opposition. We got opposition here, or not opposition, but Zugzwan. It's like you have to step away. You can't, somewhere, you got to make a move. If you go here, I take. If you do anything with your king, I take the pawn. And you can't stay here protecting the pawn because this is defended and this is defended. So we do this. We push into the position, give him the check. I could have just won. I could have just won this pawn. That would have also made sense. We push, push. I take it, and I never threw it away. Then we give this check. He steps up. We check, and then we trade. There was probably a more precise way to do all of that, but I found a way, and it worked. So, oh, I could just take away right away. Just boom. And it does the exact same thing. It's still covering the square. So, okay, whatever. We made it work. We made it work. Definitely sacrificed my queen for the 2 pawns, made a new queen. We cut the king off, and then we did a little checkmating sequence. It was a little bit sloppy, but we got it done. 2 games in a row. The first one wasn't all that challenging. So that was an 8-minute analysis. I hope that I gave all of the information that we really needed on that. What did I learn from this game? Opposition, Zugzwan. I should have used Zugzwan here. I didn't need to allow any of this. And this would have been a really cool position to have, to just lock it down like this and just make him self-destruct. Just absolutely, this would have been such a cool position to have. Like boom, 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 boom. It would have been cool. I'm very unfortunate that I didn't do that. And if you saw right there, I actually just gave it a draw when I was like bulleting those moves. Either way, if you learned anything, if you like my videos, go ahead and watch them more. Subscribe, send a message, or on Instagram. My thing should be somewhere. And thank you. I'll see you guys next time. Bye. Oh, hello, and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video, my fellow chess enthusiast. In today's episode, we are facing one knight f3, which is a strange move. So what we're going to do is go with my same first 2 moves, literally no matter what the structure is. I literally just go for my pawn pyramid like this, and I make it work. So we're going to just develop some pieces, and I'm not 100% sure I played this exact structure. We're going to walk directly into this pin. We're going to break the pin. We're going to develop a knight. We're then going to give this guy a little tickle. A little tiny tickle is what we want to do. We could force him back. Force him back, chase him. He really steps back, but then we push again. Let's just go for it. Queen in the middle of the board, but I'm like slightly ahead in development. So we're going for this. I think there's probably some knight sacrifices that actually work. So he's going for this. We need to grab this. We are just in a tactical smasher. I don't know, is that a good word to use? We have to get rid of this knight, essentially. Okay. Pushing forward doesn't work just yet. Attacking this pawn is just a pretty simple and straightforward plan, that this pawn is causing problems in my position. So I'd really like to just trade it off. So I can take, and then I get the pawn. So I win a pawn. Okay, we didn't get a beautiful attack or anything. He could just go for this, but I can bring the rook over quite simply to defend that. So we're going to grab this. He's got really no scope with this queen. So he's defending against this. What if I just attack it, bro? I'm coming in. How do you defend that? You have to push this. But then I just win another pawn. I feel like you have to play this. But then I could essentially force a queen trade. And I never got to castle, but I'm not really convinced that I need to. Now that I'm up a pawn and I have the attack going, he can defend it a few different ways, now that I'm looking at it. But I'm kind of ready to just launch another pawn. Okay, so he chooses this option. So for one, I can just take and then push. So here, we push forward. He steps over attacking. No, he can't. This. I'm attacking the queen. You've got to do something with the queen. The queen goes here. But then I launch forward defending it? call me insane, but I think my attack is just smashing through, and I never even needed the castle. That's the one drawback of trying to hang on to your bishop. So, okay. The queen needs to stay here guarding this. Basically, I can't castle because this pawn is hanging by this rook, so I just don't want that to happen. So what if I just jump forward? Seems reasonable to me. Then I'm ready to castle, and my rook is on the open file. Oh my goodness, I'm really starting to love my position. And look at this just conglomerate of pawns in the middle of the board. And I'm ready to just castle this way. I castle this way. He threatens me with a fork. For one, I can avoid it one way. Alright, I looked at enough. The bishop's defended by the rook now, so he's got this fork, but I can step over threatening the queen trade. And yeah, he can grab the rook with check, and then I have to take here, and then he could bring a rook over, and I step over, and he could trade. I'm still winning in that endgame. I'm up 2 pawns. I've got 1 minute and 9 seconds on the clock. Don't love it. We've also got this, and then push, which is just really scary. Crashing through the position. Pushing this pawn in a key moment, actually. Or even this, boom, boom, and that kind of dislodges, so I could go boom, and if he plays forward, I just capture. So this is my new idea. This, and then if the queen comes in, my rook comes attacking the queen, and I love my position. Okay, so he's going for this. So it looks like we're going to trade everything off. Because my queen is attacked. I can either remain with the queen, but we're going to do this. He could bring the rook, but I take this first. I'm not even going to think too hard about everything that just happened. This is a fork immediately. So we're stepping forward. That blocks the forward momentum of this knight. 54 seconds on the clock, up 2 pawns, but we still got to win. So just because we're crushing doesn't mean we won the game. Would love to get rid of this guy. Here. 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 We then attack again. And you're trapped, actually. So he'd have to step here. But once he does that, I can kind of defend against his infiltration squares. So if he goes back here, yes, attacking me, but I step back, and then these 2 key squares are actually cut off. And so now the knight is not getting back into my position. This way, he could... Actually, no. My rook is doing a tremendous job just defending everything. So I'm still kind of keen on the idea of push-push. Let's just go for it. If he pushes here, we're going for this. I can maybe even get my bishop in. And we've got this rook trade in the cards, and I can even take with the bishop so I don't destabilize my pawn structure. Not sure if that's like super important, but our opponent's got 24 seconds. And I think he's just has a really impossible to defend position. We're going to take this with check. Diagonal is still protected. We step forward. He can get in with a check. Now that I realize that, that's probably his best case scenario. We step forward. Still, we've got the diagonal, so I don't hate my position. We're going to go ahead and just give him time. I'm tired of people losing on time, so we're going to take this rook. Challenge the open file. Take. And we need to be very careful about not losing. This is protected, so if his king ever wanders too far... What do I play here? Boom, boom. I think this creates a pass pawn over here. Like so. So, destabilized, yes. King can't immediately get in. We're playing this. defended by my dude. Okay, we're going for this. Boom, boom is kind of... Go ahead and give him some more time. Dude is absolutely just... We step back, defended, attacked. We're going to go for this check, potentially. I can also just get in and start nibbling away at these pawns. So we're stepping in. We're also going to push this forward. Okay, we're going to step back. This is defended. This guy is, like, not defended, but we're chilling. We're going to go for this pawn break. We'll go for this if it really comes down to it. We'll just defend everything on this side of the board. Then we go for this pawn push. We're going to just go ahead and give him some more time. We're going to give him this check. So now this king needs to actually stay on this side of the board. So he's going to trade like this. We go for this. And that's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. There's a lot of different ways that I can win this, but I have 3 extra passed pawns, and so essentially that is how you win a game of chess. But I'm still going to show you. He wants to hit us with opposition, so what we're going to do is just start pushing this pawn. At some point, he's going to need to get in front of it. So we'll give him a check. He goes here. We go here. Where are you going, bro? We step back. And then he's going to have to go left or right, essentially. And so we are going to go this way. We're going to let him get this pawn. So we'll step over here. He can grab, but we're going to make a queen with this new pawn. And it appears that our opponent does not fancy the idea of resigning. So I'll show you a quick and easy way to checkmate this guy. He's stepping over, and so we're trying to get the king in a smaller and smaller box. So the box has yet again shrunk. Right now, I can't put my queen on another box string, so we bring the king. We bring the king. Now, shrinking the box has all of a sudden became an option because it is defended. So now he's forced with the idea of shrinking the box yet again. I think we're just going to do it this way. We'll do it this way. There's 2 ways that you can do this, essentially. You can get your king on this square and checkmate this way. Or you can bonk him on the head. He steps back to 1 square. Most likely he goes here. But then we cut him off this way. So his only legal move is to step over. We chase him with the queen. He steps over. We chase him with the queen. And we just chase him until he's stuck in a little tiny 2x2 over here. Then we're free to bring the king. And with increment, you can like really take your time with all of this. We bring the king, and now we are ready to checkmate. If we want, we can even mess with him. No, we can't. We're going to checkmate him. No point in hanging the queen or stalemating. It's late at night. I'm tired. That was a great game. Let's run through this. Let's see what's going on here. Yeah, so we just traded equally. Got the bishop, got the knight, but we just ruined the pawn structure. So we just made weaknesses in the position. And so just trade pieces if you can make weaknesses, such as double pawns. Generally, the way you win a game of chess, I would say like 80% of the games that you win are from just being up a pawn. Like you're able to just grab a pawn and you get into some sort of endgame where you promote and get a queen, and that's how you win. So let's check with the computer and see how accurate that actually was. It felt pretty good. I felt like most of those moves that I was making were fairly reasonable. So let's run through this. The opening doesn't matter all that much. We get some stuff developed. I'm liking it. Chasing him is the best move. It was. Chasing him again. Capture. Capture. And we just made 2 weaknesses. Okay, he could have just stepped back as well. Immediately we attack it. He can defend like this. So I didn't see that. I must admit. He could defend it like this, or he could also just attack my bishop, and then I got to do something, and then defend it. Okay? So we trade, and here we go. -3. I guess either move was okay here. Attacking the queen. That's fancy. Cutting off the king's escaping squares. Okay. This was less forcing. And it kind of just led to a simplification into an endgame where I have the bishop versus the knight, but I'm up 2 pawns. So that's what we went for. Up 2 pawns, up 3 pawns, and just trade everything down. Create a passed pawn, defend the bishop, pass pawn on a a dark square, and then we realize that both of his pieces are stuck over here dealing with all of this nonsense. So I can just I'm gonna be able to crack open somehow in this way and get a pass pawn because it's a king and 2 pawns versus 2 pawns instead of just a 2-on-2. A 2-on-2 is they get to a standstill, but with the king there, you're breaking through. And so let's check how accurate was it. 98% accurate. 1 inaccuracy in a blitz game. Bro, I might be the best chess player to ever live. 98%. I've only ever done that 5 times, 4 times. It's normally 96, 97 when I feel like it's a good game. That was a really accurate game. Holy macaroni. Please subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is learning the Caro-Kann, because that looks like what we're going to get out of the opening. And so our opponent is 1845 from Argentina, and so I'm 4 elo higher than him, so that makes me believe that we're going to win this game quite easily, because we've got the 4 elo rating. Will he play c4 is the question. He does not. He neglects to do so. So developing the bishop all of a sudden actually becomes okay, because the tension here from the queen coming out is not felt to the full extreme. So we're going to just develop a knight. Tickle a bishop. I could chase him around. I guess what we're slightly worried about is this whole nonsense. But chasing him around kind of overextends my pawns. But we're going to do it because my bishop is on the outside of the pawn chain. So I think we're going to be greedy and just go for this bishop. He comes back and we just capture. He develops the queen and I jump into the position. So I'm going to capture his bishop first, because if he captures mine, I capture the rook. So I'm going to go ahead and cash out on that opportunity right there. I mean, yeah, he can go for this, but I'm grabbing the rook, so he simply can't. So it was a dangerous levels thing. He was like, okay, you attack my bishop, and I'll attack your bishop. But the problem is mine comes with tempo on the bishop. On the rook. So now what is the game plan? I really don't want to put my bishop behind this pawn chain and make this pawn push, because if I do so, boy oh boy, is it going to become difficult to get that bishop into the game. So you know what? We're just going to step back and let him get the bishop. And we're just going to trade completely equal. Because maintaining the bishop, but if I push this forward, behind all of these pawns on light squares, my bishop would basically just live in this little cube forever. And so I don't want to do that. So we're going to avoid that situation and just trade it off and get a slightly ruined pawn structure. It is what it is. I still need to push this pawn. I still need to develop my bishop. I still need to castle at least somewhere. So 1 square, developing the bishop here, and then castling this way seems like a decent plan to me. And what I'm also going to do is I'm going to not fall behind on the clock, because in this one there's no increment. I mean, we can just take, right? Take, take, take. Looks good to me. I mean, I'm up a pawn, but it's an incredibly weak pawn. Okay. And then this becomes really weak right after. Didn't see that little tactic. Defending with the knight seems to make a little bit of sense, but we're going to just go here. And now I'm worried about my castling prospects. So he's going to grab this. I push. Capture, capture, capture. Capture. If he gives the check, I can step back. And if he trades, then we're just not able to castle, but we have a completely equal position. Actually, I'm okay with all of that happening. So, boom, boom. Now it's defended, actually. So that's a tad bit of a problem. I think I could just get rid of the queen. I'm not sure if that's really good or bad for me. I mean, I can't really move anywhere with my queen. So capture, capture. I just go for you. Probably he captures here. I capture here. I think let's just go for it. I go here. He captures, but I captured this attacking the knight. So we're just going to give up these pawns and attack this one. He could like step back and defend. And I mean, like, this light square diagonal is absolutely weak, but I don't think that it really matters all that much. He could just castle. Okay, so he defends. I don't really have a great way of defending my pawn, so I'm going to lose something here. I think the only... I mean, I could just go for this one instead, but then he captures here and defends it. So I think we need to just accept that we're losing one of these pawns. Is pretty much what's going to happen here. So he grabs this one. Cool. I can throw in this check. Develop. We're going for this. Then I'm able to castle or step up. Not sure what's better. I can also threaten this knight. So like if he brings the knight, I can just bring this guy. Then he has to defend. I'm not sure if that makes any sense. Castling would probably be a reasonable idea as well. Here fixes his pawn structure. So if I go in, boom, and he could take back like this. So like if I jump in this, do I have anything on grabbing that rook? Probably just stepping up is going to be okay. I can also defend this pawn by pushing it forward. So I think it's probably my time to step up. Alright, we're going to castle because this walks into a check. We are then going to put my rook here. And like I said, I'm going to stay the same on the clock. So for these next few moves, I'm just going to play relatively quickly and hope that I don't make a blunder. But I'm not getting in one of these situations where I have way less time than my opponent, regardless of the situation. And this is a weakness. This is also a weakness. So I feel like we're more or less equal. Like if he goes here, there's no pin anymore, so he could just capture. Like boom, boom, boom. Attacking this pawn is going to be really difficult. He can just defend it like this. And I don't think there's going to be a great way for me to like really go about attacking it. Not sure what to do here. Defend. I think we're just going to step all the way back. Sucks to do, but I'm not going to just give up my bishop for the knight. We are keeping the bishop on the board. Now my knight, is considering getting in the middle. He can just attack this pawn, but I think I'm going to defend it. He would then go here. I could go here and lock my bishop in jail. But then I would jump forward. I would take the bishop. I think we just put the knight in the middle of the board. That is what the knight wants to do. And we are all of a sudden attacking this pawn many times. So he's going to have to defend it. I think we're going to go here. If the knight comes, we simply get rid of it. Doubling up is kind of my new idea. We're going to go here. He can give us a check, but we step up. And then if he takes, I take. And then he just defends the pawn. But in that position, I can push. And then he'd have to push forward. I don't think that there's anything promising there. He can just push. And we've got our little 1 minute time advantage. And so we are entering into the part of the game where I think we've kept it more or less equal the entire game. and we're going to probably maintain to do so. However, at some point, we're going to get low in time and start making some blunders, and that is really the part of chess that you need to practice for. Like, surviving the opening and surviving the middle game is whatever, but the game is won and lost in the end game. And so, more or less, everything that we do is just getting us to this point. So this pawn push works now. We push forward. He can't capture. So we push forward. Say he attacks. I just take. He defends. Then I take. I think we're going for this pawn push. Simply because, at the end of the day, I think I get to take back. I could even take with the bishop. But you know what? A passed pawn defended by everything in my position seems to make the most amount of sense. Now I'm just hanging on to my extra pawn. But what I'm going to do is push. And if he's not careful, I'm going to just get it all the way down. And we will go into an endgame, potentially, where I'm attacking this pawn and grab another pawn. Or I somehow mobilize my king. Also, this rook is like restricted. He's got to move the bishop. I'm attacking the bishop straight up, just right off the bat. So going here would maybe make sense. But then I might just push onto a... I think we're going to go for this. We push it onto a light square. So now the bishops don't matter so much. And bringing the king is pretty much what he's going to do. So he can just like bring the king all the way here. Okay, he'll do it like boom, 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 boom. I don't know, all the way here, then like this? Is that what he's going to try and do? I'm not 100% sure. What if I just jump in? I mean, he takes, I take. He's not going to want to do that. His pawn is also weak. So, if I can start, like, if he starts letting go of the attack on this pawn, like right now this pawn is really defended. So he's got to do one more thing to maintain the attack on it, and we're whittling away at the clock. And so now I have my one pawn advantage. Pushing this to a light square and like bringing my king up here seems like a reasonable idea. I don't think we're going to waste a huge amount of time on that move. We defend the bishop. The back rank checkmate is not a checkmate because I have made this capture, so I've got a place to go. So it looks scary, but we will survive. And you better be careful, because if I get this, and I start attacking stuff, and I can like lock in the position, I think we just activate this bishop. The bishop is no longer doing the job of defending my pawn, so now let's attack this guy instead. He can probably just get in the way. What if I threaten this? Like, boom. Check, I step up. Here. Let's go for it. Let's try and trade some pieces off. You can give the check, but I just step up. And then I'm really attacking this. So we'd have to figure out a way to defend it. You could probably just defend like this. Man, these endgames are rough. And our opponent's going to need to start playing faster. He's got 2 minutes on the clock. We're stepping up. That was the plan all along. We're now attacking this with 2 pieces, so he's basically got to slide over and defend it somehow. I think we will take this time to slide over here. He'll probably attack this rook. And I don't have a huge amount of great options other than capturing. So if he pushes forward, I'm just going to take with this pawn. But I think I'm just slowly massaging the position. Like I said, if he loses focus of attacking this pawn, like if we're fighting over these 2 pawns. That is what this position. We have the exact same pieces. We're just arguing over these 2 pawns. Like I want to capture yours and you want to capture mine, and I want to keep defending it. So if the focus is defending and attacking this pawn, this one's fine. But if we switch over to this one, like, soon this one will be undefended, and we're going to have to figure out what's actually going on in the position. The only thing that I don't like is my king is really inactive. Like, my king is just about as inactive as it possibly gets. So he wants to slide in here and deliver checkmate like this. I think I could just push this pawn forward. So I think I can capture. Wait, capture, capture, capture. Here. We push up. Let's go for this. If he goes for this, I have time. I push this pawn forward. Correct? And then I'm safe. You got to make sure you don't get checkmated. And my rooks are dreadfully undefended. And he's still got a move like this, which is not super fun for me to deal with. Like, what do I do in that situation? I guess I could go full defense mode and defend my 7th rank and, like, step up like this. And if we can get rid of his attacking dark square bishop. So at this point, I'm really just going to win on time, which is yet another reason. Oh, he resigns. Okay, yeah, he was just going to lose on time regardless. Most likely, with 40 seconds, like, you're bound to make a blunder, and there are still a lot of moves that need to be played. And, you know what I mean, I'm up 2 pawns. And so, man, how did we get there? That was a pretty straightforward game of chess. It wasn't necessarily the most exciting, but I feel like I played relatively accurate. Bada boom, bada bing. This was a little nonsense, all of this out of the opening. But either way, I'm going to copy it, I'm going to bring it to Lead Chess, and let's see how accurate that game actually was. So I'm going to change my scenes. Where is this thing at? This is for Lead Chess. We go in here. I'm going to show you guys the whole behind the scenes, how we do this. We take it from chess.com. We minimize this. We go to Lead Chess. Import. This is how you can actually do, like, some analysis that actually makes sense, because the one on chess.com completely sucks. It shows you the top 3 computer lines, and you have to read it like... You got to read the coordinates, which not everybody can do, like me. So, okay, let's see. Mainline stuff. Let's see, is the bishop coming out? Okay, so the bishop coming out is a great move in this position. But, like I've explained, if they play c4, bringing the bishop out is losing. Essentially, okay? So, let's just go through the opening. All we really did... Wow, one of the best computer lines. Obviously, this is not great, but it's not terrible. Then we grab this. Going in or capturing made more sense, but whatever. I guess, because yes, okay, now this makes sense. I could have captured like this, taken pressure off of this pawn, and not gotten a ruined pawn structure, and your knight still sucks on the side of the board because he never got to capture anything. That makes sense. But it's not the end of the world. Capture, 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 and then I'm just up a pawn, I believe. And wasn't the whole idea... He could have captured back and gone into that little endgame thing. And he's doing a bad job. He's trying to just defend everything. He should have just been a little bit more of an attacker. So we castle. Still a completely even position. So we'll scroll down at the end of the game and see how accurate it was. Knight to the middle. Stepping forward. Stepping over. And white is slightly losing. We go for this pawn break. Trade. Capture, and now I'm just up a pawn, but I have a passed pawn. We advance this so that none of the dark square pieces are doing anything. We step up. I could have just pushed forward again, but whatever. Positioning the bishop. Why is this so much better? Because... Oh, pretty simple. I'm going for this. Okay. Was going for that back rank idea. We step out of the way. The focus goes to checkmating me. Only real move in the position. I can run away, but then I can get checked, and then I step up, and then this. I'm not really sure what to do. If I play this, oh, I just run this way, and then this check and I step over. What if check here? Oh, I block with the pawn. Okay. Instead, we push the pawn, the best move, and our opponent resigns because it's a -5 position, and it's like, what are you really going to do? You know what I mean? This pretty much has to be done. I probably would have captured this way. You give the check, and I'm happy. Nice and safe, and I'm surrounded by a bunch of pawns. And then the focus goes back to my passed pawn, which your king is actually pretty far away from. He's actually cut off. So say he gets behind, I'll probably give a little check. You step up, and then just defend it. And then it just turns into, like, maybe I even give up the pawn and go for these guys. So either way, the end game was going to be not necessarily super difficult to win. It wasn't the most exciting game of chess. Dude resigned in a losing position, but sometimes that's all it takes. So let's see how accurate it was. 89. Not the worst. One blunder, two mistakes, and my blunder was not pushing that pawn. Yeah, my blunder was not pushing this pawn. I guess this would have made sense. Like, if you have a passed pawn, just push it. There's only two attackers, and then the idea is to swing behind, where if you take, I just make a queen, and if you don't take, then I take you, and then we're just really pushing for this passed pawn. So either way, thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000, and it's a long road. So get out of here. Thank you so much for watching. Bye. I love you. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiast. Back at it again in front of the 64 squares, and I intend to show you in this video, facing a 1960 with a question mark, playing a nonsense opening. Because sometimes people put way too much pressure of the game of chess on memorizing and learning openings. So we've given him the center. What we're literally going to do is maybe put my knight like this. He has a huge center. He is completely winning by maybe +1, but I'm trying to show you in this video that it really does not matter. What matters is the middle game, and more so importantly, the end game. So I think we can just trade that off. Not the end of the world. I feel like we're going to go ahead and pin this knight, and maybe we'll make one more like nonsense move. I'll just put the knight here or something, or maybe like slide the queen over. Do something I know that this is a bad move. Absolutely, that is a bad move. And with that, I think we have avoided really any opening theory. We'll step back. This pin is still active. The pawn push, it's a little something to pay attention to. But yeah, my rook is locked in over here, and my queen kind of definitely sucks. My knight can get over here. You know what? We have to free up this bishop. So that kind of just offers a trade immediately. Where the bishop comes, I can attack this bishop and potentially go onto this diagonal, which is actually a decent diagonal for my knight. I mean, for my queen. I'm kind of preventing this queen from developing naturally over here, and I also have this crazy idea of bringing my bishop. So that's defended many different times, so I don't think that that's really going to work. What if I try and crack open the center? He pushes, I capture. Not even going to think about it. Let's just do it. Okay. Also, this is not a bullet game. I need to be playing a tad bit faster. This comes with check. He can't defend it. This would come with this. But I still think we need to kind of prioritize plain and simple development. And so, like I said, we've completely avoided opening theory. None of this game has anything to do with, like, actually memorizing openings. What it kind of did... So we're going to do this. It kind of questions this trade here. This bishop's nice and active over here. My queen is also nice and active. Dude, I could even maybe take with the king. I'm actually thinking about... The knight is pinned. Taking with the king, I could bring a rook. We're doing it. We're doing it. And so... Okay, he steps away from the pin. Very reasonable. I think I like the idea of just attacking the queen, putting my rook on this open file. This diagonal is protected. This will put a pawn in the middle, and that pawn is kind of a weakness. This music sucks, by the way. I don't know how to skip it. There's a fork, but I can cover it. Now, what is going... Now, we've both got 3 minutes. So we have entered the realm of the end of the middle game. And this is the part of the chess... Like, this is the part of the chess. This is the part that is actually important. Getting better at this part of the game. That is terrifying. I think I can win a pawn, though. This is covered. This doesn't work. This also doesn't work. This grabs here. If he decides to step in, I can get this check first. Okay, we're stepping in. We have officially grabbed a pawn. He's got this, but I mean, I'm just going to give a check. I think he's putting too much reliance on this right here. Like, I give this check first. Yes, these guys are looking at each other, but if I defend and he captures, I just step up. And, like, yeah, I have a weird pawn structure or whatever. I'm also attacking this pawn at the end of the day. If, like, nothing forces my queen to move from here, we go for this queen trade. Immediately, I'm up 2 pawns. I start thinking queens are on the same diagonal. We go for a queen trade. If I play this and he captures, I capture the queen. He steps up. Then I capture back. And if he goes for this, I just capture, and then the pin is even worse. And if he captures back like this, I bring the rook, with the idea of doubling here on the only open file in the position. Yes. I don't think he really wants to trade this anymore. Like, yes, that's going to ruin my pawn structure, but, like, how are you accessing my weaknesses? And if he wants... We're going for this to allow the check to step up. These guys defend each other. He steps up to attack my pawn, but I think I can just push. Maybe I should take a little deep breath and play a little bit slower. Attacking this. Here, 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 here. So you can do 2 things when a pawn is being attacked. You can push the pawn or you can defend the pawn. I can defend like this and allow this check. Block back, he comes back. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to just have to play this. And I hung my pawn. Terrific. But this forces a rook trade. Oh my god, I hang both of my pawns. So this is the part of chess that I was telling you about. You got to get better at, and I did not get better at it. Now he just comes and attacks more stuff. Check up here, here. Check. That hangs this. We got to go for this. Check. We're going for this check. We're giving this check. What I'm going for is grabbing this pawn. It's completely even now. It's got a 2-on-1 versus a 2-on-1. Why did I make things way more complicated than they need to be? This check is actually really scary, but I touched these guys. So we're going to just be bold. We touch both of these rooks. He can give... It actually makes things kind of weird. He's got to step back. And all of a sudden, I have 2 passed pawns. He still just has these guys. And if I'm able to, like, figure out... I mean, we have to take that, no? He pushes. Ay, ay, ay. Check. He comes closer. Here, here. This, this, this. That's all I got. He's going to be able to defend it. But I am attacking both of these rooks. That is something to just pay attention to. We go here. If he steps back, I can sacrifice. We push, 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 push. That's the new idea. This is the pawn that is defended by this guy. He can tickle my guy. Gotta turn this music off. This is way too hectic of an endgame. How did things get so complicated so quickly? If he steps back, I just take. I'm not even going to think about it. We're going forward. He can go for this pawn. But like I said, I'm touching this guy. So he can take. We're pushing. Check. Oh, God. Check. Where does he go then? Here. No, check. He goes here. Then I give a check. He steps over here. Then I give this check. He has to step up. I sacrifice for this pawn. I think it works. That is going to be an absolutely ridiculous endgame. He steps up. We give this check. He steps over. Check here. And I grab this. Oh my goodness. Did you see that? That was crazy. Absolutely, that was crazy. With 12 seconds on the board, unbelievable. And I'm pretty sure even if he left this rook over here, it gets hard. It gets hard to stop these guys. I just need one more push. Like if I could find the time to make one pawn push, 2 pawns on the 6th rank defended. Like right now, this is not going to make it. But if the 2 pawns are on the 6th rank, 1 rook, no matter where it is on the board, cannot stop them. And that's just something you need to know. Oh my goodness, that was an exhilarating game of chess. Let's check it with the computer, see how accurate that was. What did I say in the beginning of this video? Bro, we played the most nonsense opening that you could imagine. Got into a winning endgame that I screwed up by losing 2 pawns, and then had to make a crazy tactical thing. The opening didn't matter at all, and that is the most important thing that you can learn from this video, is like getting better at chess is not memorizing openings. Opening theory or like opening principles are good. Opening theory, learn some of it, but don't like spend all of your, just focus tactics, endgame, and that's what you need to get better at. So we have more or less a weird opening. None of these moves made a whole lot of sense. We capture. This move made sense. I like it a lot. We're going for this diagonal castle. These pawns are a little bit weak. Capturing back like this is also decent. The knight gets involved. We step forward. And it's showing that taking with the bishop is actually the best move. I guess they're equal. 0.8 and 0.7, if you can see that over there. So they're pretty much equal. We then bring a rook. Capture. No. Now I capture to win this pawn. And he put too much reliance on this whole idea of getting in like this, removing the defender of this like very scary checkmate. But you don't have to freak out. Also, I could have got in with check. Oh, that's good. There's just that. I went for a queen trade. That's what I saw first. Okay, so the check would have been better. Trade. Double up the rooks. Here we go. He's attacking my pawns. And then pushing this allows this rook to see this pawn. So I'm supposed to just allow this, check. I step up. He could grab this, but then I'm getting in and grabbing these guys. So you'd have to defend, but then same idea. You could attack this one. I can defend. Okay, so that would have made more sense. Instead, I push the pawn. He grabs my pawn. Then I push my rook, and he grabs another pawn. And now it's just a complete draw. We're stepping around, making some moves. We get in. Another check is better because I'm going for your pawn. Oof. You can give a check. I step back with tempo on the rook. If you grab this, I'm still coming in. We had to grab with this one. Oh, now when the king moves, we're grabbing this rook. Oof. Okay. Instead, I make a blunder and I grab a pawn on the side of the board. He grabs a pawn. I grab a pawn. He pushes his pawn. I grab another pawn. I'm touching both the rooks. King fork, baby. Capture. And then here, white is slightly losing. For one, I can just grab here, and if he takes back, I take this rook. That's not that hard to see. The whole reason of doing this is so that these rooks have to stay guarding each other. That was the whole idea of doing this. Like, it wasn't just to look cool. And so, okay, could have just taken the pawn, for sure. Then here, still same idea, I could have just taken, so it's not playing the most accurate. We step back, and he's going for this. Whoa, what did I just do there? We're going for this shielding technique, but it doesn't work because I am the greatest chess player who has ever lived. Check here, check here, grab the rook. while it's defended, even if he steps up and I grab here, we're still winning. We're still winning. This is what I actually calculated, because he has to waste a move grabbing the rook. Like when I grab that pawn, he has to waste a move grabbing it. And I saw 2 pawns on the 6th rank. Let's see how accurate that was. My guess is like 87%, 84%, 3 blunders. Thank you so much for watching my video. If you learned anything or simply enjoyed watching me play chess, please subscribe. I'm trying to reach 1,000 and it's taking forever. I love you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing a 3+2, and I'm going to try to absolutely destroy this opponent. And so what I want to really do is sacrifice something and play more aggressive than what I normally do. So this is kind of coaxing in this little pawn push. So we're going to go here. If it happens, it's, you know, not the end of the world. I think we can go here and at least get a pawn in the way. Never mind. But that's sort of made a little bit of a weakness for this king. So our opponent is 100 points rated higher than me. Zenith level chess. And so I don't even really know what Zenith means. I think that Zenith is just the highest point of something. Okay, so the highest level of chess. We'll see. We'll see about that. Are you going to come pin me, bro? I'm ready to just go up here and castle this way and launch pawns, bro. That is the plan. That is straight up the game plan here. And let's just take a moment to take a drink of water or something, because our opponent is just really thinking about what he's trying to do with his life. And so we're just going to go here to defend this pawn. Then we're going to castle. Then this pawn push comes in, but we step over here. And I think he realized that pushing this pawn is actually like repelling my bishop to get my bishop to open this file to have then pushed this pawn. Just doesn't seem like the greatest, most intelligible plan in the world. So I think he is reluctant to do so. I'm ready to jump forward, bro. I don't know who you think you're playing against right now. So he's going for it. We're stepping back. I could have maybe even sacrificed, but it felt a little premature. So we're going to go this way. He can pin me, but we're castling. Taking seems a little bit risque. Well, make no mistake about it. But if he comes forward, then what am I really doing? But you know what? We're going to take. Then we're going to take. And if he comes in, sorry, we get this pawn. And I think that that is somewhat important. That rook was somewhat important. So we're going to still castle opposite. And we're just going to pretend like I didn't hang a rook in one move. Because queens looking across the board like that, it's not something you see. Not something you see all the time. So we are officially just down an entire rook. It's fun. It's fun to be me. He can also essentially go for like a really cheeky queen trade. I don't have a lot of great ways of attacking him. And my pieces are literally like, they're... You could call them developed, but we're doing the Hutter. They are like, not Helen Keller. They're the German girl, the Jewish German girl hiding in a building. Annie Frank. We're doing the Annie Frank, okay? And what we were doing over here was the Helen Keller. So we're going for it. We're going for it. Getting active seems like a decent move. Seems like a decent move. Just attack the bishop. If he hangs it, we're still losing, but we're going to have a lot of fun. We're going over here. We're going over here. This pawn push is scary. This pawn push doesn't actually do anything. I can't actually get into the position with my queen, so my queen is essentially not applying pressure to anybody in any meaningful way whatsoever, and he can just claim this beautiful diagonal. Okay, buddy. This doesn't work. This is scary. This is scary. Everything is scary. Going back here is even kind of scary. What on earth should I do? Where do I have the most future activity is the question that I need to ask. This temporarily blocks the pawn, but he can just launch another one at will. I can take, but then I'm going to have 2 rooks pretty much looking at my naked little king. We're going to do it. By golly, we're going to do it. I'm not afraid. I am not afraid. We then come over here. These doubling up ideas. And my bishop, I don't want to move my knight because he's just going to take it. We push a pawn on the side of the board because I'm scared and afraid and don't know what to do. I gotta play this move. It really sucks. And he could just come in here and like win all my pawns. Like, what am I really going to do about that? Not a whole lot. Like, undevelop my bishop. He's up a whole rook. The only thing we've got going for us is I've got amazingly, astonishingly good looks and a minute on the clock. A minute and 10 and 13 and counting. So let's go, bro. How are your bullet skills? Zenith of chess. 1540. Let's go. I'll play a 1540 any day with no rook. Oh, it's my move. What's the idea? What you trying to do, my friend? So what we want to do is really avoid trading any pieces. So I kind of like this into the position over here. Does that make sense? He can also go boom, boom, and checkmate me. We're doing it. 37 seconds. Let's go, bro. If he tries this, he's just trying to be real fancy. This type of checkmate where you get the bishop here and the queen here. They're fancy, but they're like near impossible to execute in a non-bullet game. And so with 25 seconds on the clock, that's a deep gulp. Okay, so if I capture, check, and then I'm just getting mated, I can step over with my dude. No, I can't. Wait a minute. What a brutal sacrifice. This guy is a chess player. This doesn't work. Checkmate here. I've got checkmate here, and I don't think I can stop both. What if I get in the way with my bishop? Then he takes with his pawn. He could just play this. That would probably be the best move. Okay, so this happens, but I get to grab the rook. Then you hit me with check. Then I step over, you hit me with check. I step up. I think I survive. Let's think about this. Here, here, here. We're going this way. I think my knight will be able to block something in the future. And all of a sudden, I'm not like incredibly losing. This check. Oh god. Then I go here, but the checkmate is covered. No, it's not. This one's not covered. So I can jump in. But then he just takes and I step back. And no way that I have enough anything. So we're just going to play it. I don't think I had any other move. Queen's coming in. Queen's coming in hot. And a checkmate is coming in right after that. It hurts. It hurts. Let's go back and just look. Where did I blunder? Okay. Yeah, it was my rook. Yeah. I mean, but can you blame me? That's like 7 squares across the board. That's like you got to look the full. I wasn't looking at that. I looked around like these squares. I wasn't looking all the way over here to see if that was actually going to get my rook. So it hurts. And was there any chance for me to get out of that? I don't think so. What an absolute genius. I went for the rook. I took the candy. Well, we're not going to analyze that very much. Thank you so much for watching. It was an absolute pleasure getting to lose a game of chess for you guys. I gotta post a game of me losing every once in a while because I can't just post I can't cherry pick all of my best games, you know? So what I do is I sit down, I play a bunch of games, I lose a lot of them, I win a couple of them, and I try and post the best ones. So don't think that every game I post, I'm not like posting every single game that I play. Go ahead and look at my profile and you will see for yourself that I lose a lot. That's why I play casual. So thank you so much for watching. If you learned anything or you liked it, I know that was a shorter video, but please subscribe and then tell all of your friends to subscribe and then watch every single video that I've ever posted. And then, yep, I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello, my fellow chess enthusiasts. We are back at it again with another epic and educational day of chess. Today we are facing an 1862 with the Caro-Kann. We're going to take a quick gander at his profile, and we can see he is pretty good at Rapid, but he hasn't played one in a while. He is pretty good at Blitz, and that's all he plays. He doesn't even play Bullet. 15,000 games 6 years ago. It looks like we have a formidable opponent, and what we are going to be doing here is going for the Tartakower, where they're going to most likely capture. He could step back, but this is the main line. Where we capture, we go this way, we castle this way, and this is one of my most favorite lines. And sometimes it can result in a little pawn cube if I jump forward and get chased around. I know those were bad arrows, but this bishop ends up there. So we're going to castle. We're going to be putting our rook on the open file. We will be pinning the knight. We'll be doing a zigzag with our knight this way. So, like I said, I think actually the best move was to step over. That was a little premature, but it is what it is. We step back. We just stay a little bit cautious here because this bishop is undefended. So we don't want any discoveries that hit our queen. So I know that pushing this rook, or just not pushing, putting this rook onto the open file is the best move before I made all these bishop moves. So we're stepping back, and like I was talking about, are we going to get a pawn cube structure? It looks highly probable. I still need to develop my knight, but potentially getting a little bit active with my queen is not the worst thing in the world. And so if he captures, we capture towards the center and take a look at this. We got a pawn cube, and if you're a chess player, I know you like to see pawn cubes just as much as I do. And so we need to develop this knight. He already pushed this pawn 1 square instead of 2 squares. Not really 100% sure what that queen move does. If he's trying to apply pressure here and here, I don't think I'm scared of that. Jumping around with the knight seems to make a fair bit of sense. I could also put my rook just on the same file as the queen. That's also probably not a terrible idea. Or we could try to trade. There's a lot of options going on. And one thing to note is the knight is undefended and his pawn structure sucks on this side of the board. I think we're just going to scoot my rook to the center of the board. It seems to make sense. This didn't have any immediate threats, so it gave me the opportunity. What on earth was that move? What is the idea behind that? Capturing here because it's pinned. But I can push forward, locking down the pawn structure. Like, push forward. If he jumps in, like, yes, it's scary, but did that really accomplish anything good? Probably not. I could just step forward or step over, and then that takes away all these ideas, but I kind of like pushing. No, I don't like pushing. I took a long time to play that move because if you could tell by the silence, I definitely was not sure what the correct move was. That is just checkmate. Or not checkmate, but I don't want to let that happen. Stepping back with the knight seems like such a stupid move. But we're going to do it. And I almost just hung my queen. I did not even realize that made the queens see each other. But now we're down a pawn, and it looks like we're going to be going into a endgame where we trade the queens, and I'm just straight up down a pawn. So that was pretty bad chess by me. Now we're just down a pawn, and so he's got a 2-minute time advantage essentially. He shuts down the file over here. We probably got to get active with this knight, or we're just going to lose the game. This pawn push also attacks here, so I think we're just going to make a weak move, and we're going to try and go into an endgame where we can find some tactics. And one thing to note is, just because you lost a pawn, don't give up. You know what I mean? I got a worse position. It's probably like minus whatever. I want some space for my rook. I can also like get a tempo winning move on this knight. No, I can't. He just jumps to the center. So we're going to put my knight over here. And we don't want to be trading everything. That is almost certain. So if this bishop moves somewhere, yeah, the bishop moves somewhere. I mean, okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense than going here and just and hanging it with this check tactic. But I don't want to trade the rooks. But if I step over, then his rook is really quick to just get into the position. And that's really not a lot of fun for me. Stepping over, he gets in. I step up, he jumps in. I think I'm just like falling apart, to be honest with you. This sucks. This absolutely sucks. Bro just wants to simplify into this endgame where he's winning. It's not really a terrible idea, but I think we're just going to do it. We're going to do it. I feel like this is better. Probably it's about time for him to bring this knight. We're trying to get active with my knight. I got 45 seconds, but... Oh, there's no increment. This is a no increment game of chess. Oh, dear lord. I can jump in and fork and grab this pawn. I'm attacking this pawn, and I'm also sort of attacking this pawn. This is not fun. I'm attacking the bishop, and then we are in an endgame where his knight steps back. We're doing this. He can just push, but then I push. Okay. Squares are covered. The jumping in squares. He can fork us, so that's a little bit inconvenient. We're going to step forward over like this. We're going to step forward like this, maybe. Going for this. He can jump in, but I can take. We're jumping in. Take. Okay. We touch the knight. 28 seconds. He can't step forward. He could go here, but then I just take. So I think, finally, I might be grabbing this pawn with a little king fork. Take note that you can fork with every single piece in chess. All of them can do it. They do it in different ways. That's part of why chess is so hard. But you can do it with the king. Okay, we're grabbing this. He can get in, but we're locking it down over here, and I'm literally trying to wiggle into this position, baby. Here, 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 here. He can step in, but I step back. You can take, and then I take. Okay. He steps in. I don't think I can give that up. He can flag me. Unbelievable. Yes, we got it. Yikes. Oh, bro. I put the mouse down. I put the mouse down. Never put the mouse down when you have that low in time. Are you kidding me? All I needed to do was capture. He's a genius. He's a genius for playing that move, and I let my guard down. The reason that I'm playing this move is obvious. It forces the queen trade, but he stepped forward, and I pre-moved this. I'll get better in the future. I'm sorry that happened. In my hearts of hearts, that's a draw. We could check it with the computer. There's really no need because I played a perfect game of chess, but yeah, here I'm actually probably winning. This is the only important part of the game, essentially. Is it still a draw or am I winning? I'm winning. what I needed to do was realize I can defend this from stepping back and come in with the king and win these pawns. Probably. I'm acting like I know what I'm talking about. I don't. Sorry, I got a draw. Good enough. Good enough. I liked it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Oh, hello and welcome back, and thank you so much for clicking on my video. In today's episode, what we're going to be doing is playing the Caro-Kann against a random person that I have actually faced before. So, I lost the other game, so wish me luck in this one. And so, we have the Caro-Kann, the Tartakower variation. He might even go for the Alien Gambit, and if he does, then I will be defending for the next 10-15 minutes.